18, and with that, I'll have the call to order, please.
Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here. Here. Here.
And the alternate, please. And with that, I will ask Commissioner Larry Barnett to lead us in the pledge, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will have comments from the public on any item not appearing on the agenda. It's recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And under state law, matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon by the Planning Commission at this time. For items that are appearing on the agenda, you will be invited to make comments at the time the item comes up for discussion. Upon being invited to the podium, please step forward and speak into the microphone. Begin by stating and spelling your name. Are there any comments from the public?
Good evening, Planning Commission and City Staff. Fred Allebach, 19550 8th Street East. The Community Service and Environmental Commission has got a work plan that we worked on with city staff and that was approved by the City Council. I'd like to make a suggestion that there would be a work plan for the Planning Commission. I don't know how that would come about, but just as a general idea with the housing element, that part of the work plan would be that the Planning Commission would go through it with a fine-tooth comb and look for ways to encourage affordable housing in the city. Other city planning documents like the Growth Management Ordinance, Regional Housing Needs Assessment, etc., fine-tooth comb through that with all the expertise of the Planning Commission, with maybe some expert citizen volunteers like Bill Willers, Carol Marcus, Vic Conforti, to just go through and say, well, for example, the inclusionary ordinance, I believe, is 120% area median income, so that for the Mockingbird Lane project, they could say our affordable housing is 4 units, but they were all just 120% AMI. There was no requirement for one of them to be 100%, one to be 80. So that's something that could be changed that would be a fairer playing field for the, oh, I still got 3 minutes, that's great. So, you know, I think that would be a great work plan. And you guys are uniquely qualified to put a fine-tooth comb to that, and so are some former planning commissioners, and that would be a great service to the community, because citizens don't know how to know where that stuff is, or to know what all those rules are. So I think that that would be something that would be great that the Planning Commission could do, and I don't know how that would happen. If maybe the City Council would see this suggestion somehow and then they would put it on their agenda and direct you to do it, or how that would go about. But I think that that would be something that would be great, and it would coincide with the Housing Action Plan. And that's my public comment.
Thank you, Fred. Anyone else? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close the public comment section. Anyone want to make any changes or anything to the agenda? Seeing none. Late correspondence. Yeah, your mic's not on.
Late correspondence was received on item 7.1 from staff and on 7.3 regarding 1211 Broadway.
Thank you. With that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine, will be acted upon by a single motion. There will be no separate discussion unless items of the are pulled by the Planning Commission staff or the public for separate action. So does anyone want to pull the item that's on consent calendar? Seeing none, I'll take a motion.
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Yes.
Chair Felder. Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
And Chair Felder.
Aye.
Motion was unanimously approved.
Next item is public hearing, item 7.1, application for a temporary use permit to hold the annual Zucchini car race outdoors on the grounds of Sebastiani Winery on Friday, July 19th, 2019, including action to approve a categorical exemption. And with that, we'll take a staff report, and that is Wendy?
Yes, thank you, Chair Felder and members of the commission. Once again, the Sonoma Valley Certified Farmers Market is before you, asking for a temporary use permit to hold the annual zucchini races on the Sebastiani property on July 19th from 4:30 to 8 p.m. The actual races will occur from 6:15 to 6:45 p.m. With regard to the development code consistency, special events are allowed on the property with a temporary use permit. On-site parking would be provided on-site with the existing 109 spaces. This commission may approve a temporary use permit provided they make certain findings. It's staff's opinion, or staff has determined that the temporary use permit findings can be made because staff has not received any complaints related to the event over the 6 years it's been happening. And therefore, staff is requesting that in the future, the zucchini car races at the Sebastiani Winery be reviewed administratively and not be forwarded to this commission for approval. As Christina mentioned, there's late mail in front of you with regard to this item in the form of a resolution and findings. And as advised by the city attorney, I would like to read the following changes into the record. On the resolution, in the middle of the page, it talks about now therefore it be resolved. At the end of that paragraph, I'd like to add the following information. And I'll start by reading the last sentence. The Planning Commission hereby finds that the temporary use permit is exempt from the requirements of CEQA pursuant to CEQA Guidelines Section 15301, existing facilities, because it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the temporary use permit will have a significant effect on the environment based on its own judgment, that the event is limited to a relatively short period of time, 4:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. The Zucchini racetrack would be positioned so spectators face the winery to minimize noise impacts on the nearby residential neighborhood, and will also comply with the City of Sonoma noise ordinance. Ample parking exists on the site to accommodate activities at the winery on the date of the event, including the zucchini car races. Within the winery's main parking lot, and ample parking, let me start over. Ample parking exists on the site to accommodate activities at the winery property on that date of the event, including the zucchini car races within the winery's main parking lot in the form of 190 parking spaces. The event has occurred on site for 6 years, resulting in no complaints from the neighborhood. And further, the Planning Commission makes the following findings as set forth in Attachment A, which is the findings attachment, and hereby approves a temporary use permit for the annual zucchini car races on July 19th from 4:30 to 8 p.m. as proposed in the attachment B, which is the conditions of approval. And that concludes staff's report. Thank you.
Okay, I have a question, Wendy. If you want to do this by administrative approval, does that require a motion from the commission to authorize that?
It's included in the conditions of approval.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, would the applicant like to speak on this item? Oh, I'm sorry, is there a
I
question?
just have a brief question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Moving forward with administrative approval, would that be for a temporary use permit for this, not all temporary use permits?
Just a temporary use permit for this.
For this
zucchini
particular,
races.
but other temporary use permits would continue to come before the
Yes.
planning commission? Okay.
And if I could just make another comment, if at the time of the application, I make the determination that it needs to come to the commission, then I can make that call, but right now, there's been a past practice of them always coming here.
Right.
And so that gives me some discretion.
Okay, thank you.
Question, by definition, is a temporary use permit just annual, one? And that can be amended to being a temporary use permit being something other than permanent, but that it would only be revisited if there was a formal complaint? Because there seems to be so many things we do in this town by complaint only. This seems to be a pretty innocuous special event.
Right now, based on the municipal code, the duration for a temporary use permit is granted for only up to 1 year, so it can't be annually renewing of its own accord based on the way your code currently reads.
And if we had the energy, we could change.
Microphone.
We could lobby to change it if we had the energy.
Correct, you would need to change the code in order to address that issue.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I will then open it to the public. Would the applicant care to speak?
My name is Austin Laley, and I am the president of the board for the Sonoma Valley Certified Farmers Market, and I'm here just seeking your approval for this permit.
Thank you. Any questions of the applicant? Thank you very much. Anybody else from the public care to comment on this item?
Hi, Fred Allabach, 19550 8th Street East. And I'd like to point out that I am a former zucchini race judge, so I'm uniquely qualified to comment on this item here. And so I believe that it will have way less than significant impact as per CEQA. You know, the lowest threshold overall, so I think you'll be fine with that. And also, I'd like to just recall the zucchini race where I was the judge, and that the woman who recently died, who lives right next door to Bob Edwards, won the zucchini race that year. And seeing the joy on her face when she won was just great, and so that was a significant impact. And that's my report as the zucchini race judge.
Thank you, Fred. Anyone else care to comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for a motion or discussion.
I just think it's so fun that we could have something we all unanimously agree on, but I think, of course, I'm going to be supporting the approval of this. So, but I want to thank Thaley and Austin because what you guys do is fabulous. Thank you.
And I just would support what Commissioner O'Neill just said, and also I really like the fact that this can be approved administratively moving forward. I know that in the past we have talked about that. It just seemed odd that both this and I believe there's a Friday
Food Truck Fridays?
food truck situation that has to come back every year, and you know, I would support administrative approval for both this and perhaps that if that moves forward in the future.
I would only ask that should the National Association of Zucchini Racers express interest in having a larger, nationally televised event, that we might want to revisit it at that time.
With that, I would look for a motion.
I move that we approve item number, agenda item 7.1 as submitted.
With the additions to the resolution.
With the additions to the resolution. Do I have to read them out? Or?
You don't, but just moving the resolutions with the changes as illustrated by staff would be the
I
motion.
concur with that.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. Beat you, Larry.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Valander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Yes.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
and Chair Felder.
Aye.
The motion was unanimously approved.
Okay, moving on to item 7.2, which is a general plan amendment number GPA 19-1 and zoning amendment number ZA 19-1, which are proposed amendments to the general plan and development code to add text that provides for the rounding up or down of numeric calculations that do not result in whole units relating to density and other similar calculations where rounding is not otherwise outlined for the development projects located citywide. With that, we have staff report from Christina.
Should be plugged in. Can you guys see?
No, not yet.
Oh, that's helpful. Should I just start? All right, well, apparently we're having technological difficulties, but I'm just gonna get started in the interest of time. Before you tonight is a proposed general plan amendment number GPA 19-01 and zoning amendment ZA-1902. Proposed amendments to the general plan and development code to add text that provides for the rounding up, down of numeric calculations that do not result in whole units related to density and other similar calculations where rounding is not otherwise outlined for development projects citywide.
It's up.
And this is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the General Rule 15061B3. So as we've discussed over the past several meetings, we have some potential issues with our development code, and staff has identified a need to provide some clarity in how calculations are to be performed. One of planning staff's regular jobs is to review and verify project data for compliance with general plan and the municipal code. General plan calculations include density, oh, did I skip? There we go. Density, inclusionary housing requirements, and intensity standards. Development code calculations include site coverage, floor area ratio, inclusionary housing, and parking, and many other standards. We just do this on a day-to-day basis. Currently, our general plan and municipal code don't provide any specific guidance to staff, to the public, to the planning commission, or city council on how to calculate numbers that are not whole calculations, whether we round up, round down, and at what point. So what's before you tonight is a proposal to amend the general plan and development code to clearly outline rules for such calculations and to clarify planning department practices for the general public, planning commission, and city council alike. So before you is the proposed amendment that is in the package. This is the density section of the general plan, the community development element, and staff is proposing to insert one sentence that states density is calculated pursuant to Sonoma Municipal Code section 1902-020, rules of interpretation. And then the proposed development code amendment is under section 1902-020, rules of interpretation, and we're recommending adding provision F. And so it states calculations for rounding, where provisions of this development code require calculations to be determined to determine applicable requirements. Any fractional / decimal results of the calculation shall be rounded as provided by this subsection. And there's a provision in here for minimum lot area and number of lots, for residential density, floor area ratio, affordable housing, and then a general provision for all other calculations. For minimum lot area, there's some examples to be very specific about how and in which situations we would round up and round down, and same with residential density. This is the floor area ratio. And for affordable housing, we're really just pointing to our existing code, chapter 1944, affordable housing and density. So that wouldn't change anything. It's just being very explicit in our rules and directions to the general public and planning commissioners alike about exactly where we go to find the answers for that.
And then the other calculations would apply to things such as parking that already have provisions in the code for rounding at 0.5. I would open this up for questions at this time.
Okay, questions of staff?
The matter that came before us related to density on Mr. Igra's project generated some interest on our part in having what we understood was an unwritten but power of the planning director to round up in this situation, and we said we'd feel more comfortable if and there was actually something that gave him that authority. And then we continued it because I thought we were going to get an opinion from city attorney as to whether in fact he could do that without creating a legal issue for the city. Anyway, instead we have this, which is great, but it goes far beyond what we had talked about in relation to Mr. Igra's project, and I feel like I'm flying in the dark on all of the other items. I mean, I can read it, but it'd be nice to have a little more background as to why the particular language in the resolution was framed the way it is in relationship to things that come up. On lots, I can get that if you're 2.6, you don't get three houses on your lot. But the floor area one, or it says all other calculations, I don't even know what that is. Number 5 here, what would be that? What's included in that?
Parking is a perfect example. So for multifamily residences, it's 1.5 spaces per unit. And currently our code says for parking that you round up at 0.5. So it's really just, right now that rounding provision is in the parking code. And so it's really trying to take any situation where we would round and putting everything in one place. So we currently have rounding provisions in our affordable housing as well. So we're popping that in. So all of the directions to any developer, any planning commissioner regarding rounding is now in one place. So it's definitely more comprehensive than we've talked about before. But in the essence and interest of trying to be as clear and forthcoming and make it as easy for everyone to understand what our rules are, this is what is before you today.
Okay. Do we currently have anything written for a floor area ratio?
No, we
along
don't
the lines
have,
what we
we
have
don't have
here?
any rounding provisions for density in the code or floor area ratio.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Burnett?
Tagging on to Commissioner Barbos's question, I would like to, if possible, hear staff's underlying logic as to how the 0.9 was chosen as opposed to 0.5 and higher. I ask because if in fact we want to, and I have a comment associated with my question, if in fact we want to increase the opportunity for more housing, wouldn't it make sense to lower the threshold so that it's the same, for example, as the parking and some of these others? So I'd like to hear some of the background about why it is that the 0.9 was recommended.
That's an excellent question. We looked at 0.5. So Mr. Igra's project was kind of a perfect case study for us to base this proposed change on. So at 0.9, at 1.9 rounding up, he still meets the minimum lot size. If we went down to 0.5, we would not be in compliance with the code. So it would be a much bigger change. So right now, I ran calculations for all of our zoning districts, and at 0.9, we would likely not create any situations of inconformities. But if we, at 0.5, we would potentially be substantially increasing the percentage of lots that would be subdividable. If we needed to do that, that would need additional CEQA review. Right now, based on the current 0.9 number, I don't believe that we are creating any new subdividable lots. It's really codifying current practices and being even probably a little bit more restrictive. And if we want to change down the line and go to 0.5, I think that's something we can definitely discuss during the general plan amendment and the development code amendments.
Okay, and so that was going to be my next question, which is if we pass this tonight, we can come back later during that general plan review and development code and adjust, which I think at this point is probably proper in this point in the 21st century, lot size, conditions and so forth, to give more flexibility and opportunity for housing.
The development code and the general plan amendments as a whole will give you the opportunity to marry this question of the rounding rule with the size of the general size of the lots so that you would be able to comply with both, as opposed to creating a rounding rule that means you either create a bunch of non-conforming lots or frankly then don't round that way so that the lots would be conforming.
I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I was trying to figure out what other cities do, get a feel for it, and it seems like that 0.5 number's out there a lot. I'm wondering, and I think that to get this done quickly, this is the right way to go, and it makes it simple and clean. And I'm wondering, going forward in the future, is there a possibility of doing a combination without getting too complicated, that it can be a roundup, but not more than 10%? So like a 1.9 can go to 2, but a 2.8 can go to 3, and a 3.7 can go to 4. Am I making that algorithm too complicated? But it seems like 0.5 is not a big deal when you've got 10 acres, you're 10.5, you go to 11, but if you're at 1.5, it makes a big difference. So I'm just wondering in the future if that's something that we could consider, is having that extra math, that percentage, so that we give more flexibility when the scale is larger.
Kind of based on the size of the lot, that the rounding might be different. I think that's something we can consider during the process.
Other questions?
Do we, with the development code, this may be a very simplistic question, but is there any opportunity to evaluate on a case-by-case basis, and rather than, or are we locked into whatever currently is in the development code at that moment in time?
This is one of those situations where, as the state continues to kind of tell us what to do relative to, we can only apply objective standards to housing projects, that you end up adopting very rigid rules in order to address having an objective standard to impose. If you start getting into I'll call it ad hoc review, that becomes less of an objective standard, more of a subjective standard, with standards changing from project to project. When staff did a review of what has been happening in this city to date relative to rounding, it's all over the map. So I think we, based on what's going on statewide, need a more objective standard than an ad hoc basis.
Yes?
This sort of follows up on some of the earlier questions, but just explicitly, we're using a CEQA exemption here where 15061 that says it can be seen with certainty there's no possibility that integrating these rounding provisions in the general plan or development code will have a significant effect on the environment. And so I think you addressed this earlier, but just explicitly you looked, like for example, if, and I know this isn't the case, but theoretically, if every lot in Sonoma was sort of at that 0.9 where you could split all of them and immediately double the potential housing units, that would have an effect on the environment. And so, or it could have an effect on the environment. And I know when we discussed this in the past, I think as Commissioner Barbo said, we were trying to look for a quick fix, and we had talked about this development code change, and our planning director said that this would often be a CEQA process. And so in evaluating the situation, an exemption is appropriate here because, as you say, and do you know sort of where I'm going with this?
Yeah,
I mean, because I'm okay with this. I don't know what the information is. How many lots out there could be now split because of this?
Correct. So first of all, it's not a categorical exemption that we're using. We're using a provision that says that staff cannot see a foreseeable environmental impact, and therefore CEQA does not apply. Okay. So when you're looking at the California Environmental Quality Act, we are measuring change over baseline conditions. Our baseline conditions are an undocumented, informal process. if we look to guidance in our housing element, and the housing element, the rounding is kind of all over the map, but sort of generally 0.5 and up. Sometimes it was 0.8 and down, but there has been sort of a historic rounding that happens. We're just codifying it now. At a 0.9, it's a conservative interpretation, so it's going to be a more conservative approach than the current conditions.
So a baseline can be informal practice? Like when the applicant came before us, he said that the planning department at the time said everything was fine. So it sounds like informally that's what was being done.
At this point, we're not so convinced that that may have been the correct communication.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Steve?
Apologize, I had another question that didn't relate to the rounding, and that has to do with the resolution. There's this whole section in the resolution that when I first saw it, I thought, is this a typo? Did they actually mean to put in this long thing related to what's in the record and what isn't in the record? Because I couldn't understand what that was doing in this resolution, and I just wondered why are we looking at this now? Why does this need to be in here?
So typically, placing into a resolution, and this commission has not, up until now, routinely adopted resolutions for all of your actions. As a practice going forward, we've certainly recommended that happens. It memorializes what your action is, creates a better record of what you have and haven't approved and why. And in some instances, as we've learned, as we go look back over time 10 years later, your record isn't very clear sometimes about what you did or didn't approve, having to look back at minutes and comments and staff presentations as opposed to necessarily the actual formal action of a resolution. The formal action of a resolution becomes easier to prove later on what it was that was approved. With that, the recitation of the record is a standard that we include in every resolution adopted by Planning Commission, City Council, etc., as a way of making sure that we understand what is incorporated into your findings and your action that is before you. Things like all of the information that is before you, all of the oral testimony, etc., being incorporated into the record. Frankly, it is a way of addressing what constitutes the record if your action is later challenged.
Well, that makes sense, but it doesn't read as if it pertains to this item only. It reads as if we're now adopting a city policy that would seem to have some fairly far-reaching results, some of which could be negative.
I guess I understand that, except relative to this resolution itself, the first sentence of this action states the record of proceedings upon which all findings and determinations relating to the project. So these are the findings and determinations relating to this project. They're rather generic language so that staff can put it in each resolution, but it's only affecting the record as respects this project. One of these that is very broad, of course, has to do with the general plan and the general plan environmental document, and because that forms the baseline for all actions, particularly under CEQA, moving forward, we always incorporate the general plan in as your background document and your base CEQA document.
So this would seem to be something that adds a degree of protection for actions taken by this commission with respect to what it is what's in the record and what isn't in the record.
That is correct.
We may not be aware of what's in the record when we adopt these things.
Well, hopefully you are generally aware of what's in the record. Most of it is your testimony before you, your staff report, and the application for the project. Your general plan is incorporated, as I said, and certainly if to the extent that the last item, which is matters of common knowledge to the Planning Commission, usually that's a catch-all so that if you start talking about something like your experience with X on the street, Y on the street, that is then incorporated in.
Thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the public for comment.
Fred Allbach again, 1950 8th Street East. I made a rather momentous decision in my life when I was in 11th or 12th grade. I wrote a letter to my math teacher and I said, I don't like math, I'm not taking math, and you can't make me take math. And that was the end of my math career. And so later on, I did want to get a bachelor's degree in evolutionary biology just for funds, and they said, I'm sorry, you're going to have to take 2 or 3 years of math before we even let you in. So that was heck of that. So then I just had to read, popular books on evolutionary biology. But anyway, for a question for staff and for planning commissioners who may be good at math, and I'm just curious, is it possible that this particular ordinance could be used by a developer to kind of cheat out of having 5 units, so that they would have to have an inclusionary unit in a project of 5 or more, so that if they made it so that they would only have to have 4 by how they were doing the math and the lot stuff, that this could be used for that purpose to avoid having an inclusionary unit in a project.
Would staff care to address that?
Now it's getting to complex math that I'm not capable of addressing. That's what I can't tell you. What I can tell you is that we are in the process as a staff of reviewing projects from 0 to 5, so that we can kind of have the requisite requirement for the in-loop projects that are not up to 5, so that we'll be able to address it that way.
So I'll answer the question with reference to the general plan. Your general plan currently does not set a minimum density, it only sets a maximum density. So the answer is your rounding rule does not affect whether a developer chooses to do 4 versus 5 units. He can choose that regardless, unless you have a minimum density set forth in the code.
If I could add on, I'll just read the language regarding affordable housing and the proposed rules of interpretation. Affordable housing. All calculations related to the provision of affordable housing, inclusionary units, and density bonuses shall be as described in Chapter 1944, Affordable Housing and Density Bonuses. So it's just pointing to our existing rules and regulations. It's not changing them.
Anyone else from the public care to speak?
No.
I'll bring it back to the commission then.
I was under the impression that we had minimum and maximum densities for zoning districts. I mean, just to follow up on what was just said.
There are ranges, like for the RM zoning district, it's 7 to 11 units per acre.
So in that case, the 7, you have to deliver what the ratio of that would be, right? I thought there was a project that came before us not too long ago, and we were asking them to possibly, maybe bring a unit, get rid of a unit because it was getting a little complicated, and they said that they had to deliver that number of units per the zoning district. This might be off track, so I'll ask after the meeting, but yeah.
Okay. Before we go ahead, I failed to state at the beginning of the meeting that any decision of the Planning Commission that may be appealed to the City Council, appeals must be filed with the City Clerk within 15 calendar days following our decision. So anything that has either gone before during this meeting or will happen after that right of appeal applies. With that, we have discussion on this item then. Anyone?
Following up on Commissioner Barbosa's earlier comment, I think it's wise to go ahead and take action on it today, but with the expectation that more time will allow us to take a more careful look at what these calculations really mean.
Anyone else?
That makes sense. I'm comfortable with that, and
Yeah.
and going forward with this. I do wonder how long would this, assuming after our appeal period, how long would it be before this could actually become effective? The council has to, of course, act on it.
So it will go from here, assuming the commission makes a recommendation and doesn't ask for any changes, it will go from here to the City Council. The City Council, because the zoning amendment, it must be adopted by ordinance. It will go twice to the city council for a first read and then a second read for adoption. Those have to be at minimum of 5 days apart. After the adoption, it is 30 days. After 30 days, the ordinance goes into effect.
To follow up, if I can, we've been in contact with Mr. Igra. He's aware of the calendar and the sequence of events as it relates to his particular project, and he's aware, unfortunately, the council goes dark in July, and so we're trying to tee it up for the first time as soon as we can in August. He's aware of that.
Okay.
If there's no further discussion, I'd look for a motion.
I move we adopt resolution number 05219 and approve the two ordinances amending the Sonoma General Plan and the other amending Title 19 of the City of Sonoma Municipal Code to provide a rounding up and down of numeric calculations as shown in Exhibit A attached to this agenda item.
I'll second it.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Willander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Yes.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
and Chair Felder.
Aye.
The motion is unanimously approved.
Can I just make one comment?
You may.
I just want to thank staff. I think that was really well done. Thank you for trying to help out Jerry Igra and help out the commission, so I really appreciate it.
I agree.
Okay, are we done? Let's move on to the next item. The next item is 7.3, a tentative parcel map application of Jerry Igra for the tentative parcel map to subdivide a 16,630 square foot parcel into two lots at 700 West Spain Street, including a categorical exemption under CEQA. And with that, I would ask the staff report from Christina, please.
Thank you. This project is, we're requesting that you continue this to a date off calendar so that the previously approved general plan amendment and zoning code can go through prior to bringing the project back.
Okay, yes.
Could we approve this subject to the council? No. Subsequent amendment? No.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take it out to the public. Any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission. We're looking for a continuance off calendar, I believe.
Make a motion to continue this item until after the action has been completed by the city council.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Willander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
and Chair Felder.
Aye.
The motion is unanimously approved.
Mr. Chair, if we just take a couple-minute break, I'll talk to the applicant, let him know that this item's up. I just need to put up my PowerPoint before we get Christina's teed up.
Okay, before we do that, can I believe, are you going to make a recusal on this next item? Do you want to state it then?
Sure. Based upon my proximity to the project and the fact that there has not been an FPPC reading on my specific juxtaposition to the project, I will recuse myself at this particular juncture.
Just over 500. So would you still, planning director, want to take a quick break? Or?
Just a couple of minutes, please, yes.
Yeah, we'll take a couple minute recess then.
also.
Call the meeting back to order. Moving on to the next item, it's 7.4, which is a plan development, tentative parcel map, use permit, design review, and landscape plan application for a 6-unit residential development at 1211 Broadway. With that, I'll have the staff report from Christina, please.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I'll be making a few preliminary comments regarding the application tonight, and then turning over the time to Christina to present more detail. But just want to remind the Commission that you did have a workshop or a study session on this particular application earlier in the year. What I'd like to do now is just take a few moments to walk through the plan development permit, but I believe this is the first one that I've participated in at this level of detail. And the reason for doing that is because this particular project, as you'll see later, is a very narrow piece of property on Broadway, with a piece of property almost the same size to the north and also to the south of it, with a very narrow frontage of about 50 feet. And so within the geography there are some issues. However, that said, we do have a provision of our municipal code, development code, that does allow for flexibility in design. So if you look at the monitor there, you'll see that I've highlighted in red the purpose of the particular plan development permit process, and that it does allow for greater flexibility in design, not with respect to the uses within the zoning district. This isn't a mixed-use zoning district. And we are here to encourage innovative and desirable projects and using the land as efficiently as we can. Next. That would be next. Christina, can you go to the next, please? And so you can see that with respect to the PD and its application, we're to look at unique, challenging, and looking at valuable topographic and environmental features. And we can then analyze whether this particular property has those characteristics. We can use it for infill properties, and one can argue that this is an infill project that is narrow, as I've mentioned previously. And the question is whether there is difficult design issues that using our normal structure, if you will, of the zoning code, whether this is applicable or not, that this is a correct application of the PD process. As I said earlier, requiring variations. Notice that it doesn't say the word variance, so I won't go down that path. So again, using flexibility to deal with several issues related to the design of the property, to create innovation and a higher level of design quality. And that's not just with respect to a building, but with the site and its function. We can also apply it to include affordable housing projects. Again, putting aside perhaps some of the normal development standards that we have in our code. And the thing that I found interesting in this particular paragraph is that the development permit process, the PD, should not be used to maximize development potential. And one can argue what the maximum is, as to whether it's too much on a site or too little on a site. But the point being here is not expressly for the purpose of maximizing development. So on this particular site, we're talking about 6 units. Could we be talking about 12 and wanting an increase in density and such? Next. Again, the applicability of the PD permit process, again, is to allow for flexibility. There's the word again. But it does say that you do have discretion. It uses a permissive construct there with may only be authorized with respect to divisions 2, 3, and 4 of the development code, and I've highlighted those in red. What it doesn't address are the many other divisions that I've provided there in blue. Next. So we have the ability to talk in the development code of those sections, those divisions 2, 3, and 4 with respect to structure, location, setbacks, yard areas, and open space, parking and loading, design issues with fences, walls, landscaping, lot area, those kind of dimensions. Again, as I said, we don't get to play with the uses. We can't put industrial on it, for example. Next. Next. Again, with respect to the PD process, there's a burden on the applicant to provide evidence to support the findings that you'll be having to make as a commission when this project comes before you. Tonight, we are not before you to recommend approval of the project, but to receive additional feedback based on the complexity of the site and the amount of flexibility that the applicant has requested. Next. Again, the general objectives of your development code are to integrate environmental features for the PD. So you have to ask yourself whether there are environmental features that necessitate the use of flexibility on this site. Also, what I found important was to look at the relationship between this development and adjoining properties. That would be to the north and to the south. Those would be the adjacent properties to the west. I would not consider that to be an appropriate use of this structure. Looking at quality and the common and private open space, I'll let Christina talk about that. There is none that I can see other than some of the perimeter landscaping. That could not argue in my book to be common or private open space. Next. We now have the objectives for residential and mixed-use projects, talking again about well-designed affordable units. And we'll talk later about the number and the location of affordable units later on. We do agree that there's a variety of housing types in the project. I think it's really cool that there's a Victorian in the front that will be actually not necessarily screening, but adding to the Broadway experience along that corridor. Next, please. As I mentioned earlier, there are findings to be made, and I've just shown you the 5 there, but again, pointing to number 4, talking about the flexibility again, to be used creatively to address and identify physical and environmental constraints and or meet identified housing needs. And clearly 6 units is identifying and addressing the identified housing needs that we have in the community. Again, reiteration that the project will relate appropriately to adjacent uses, and I'll get to that in just a moment. Next. So as I mentioned, this is probably a cartographer's nightmare right here. I should have north pointing upwards, I guess, but for the purposes of what I'm trying to illustrate, I wanted to show you the existing driveways in the area south of Newcomb down to Marcy Court. And the blue squares are those existing driveways that you'll see out there today. And you can see the project to the north with the 4 red blocks. Those are structures that are being built as we speak. They're not proportionally correct, obviously, but they do demonstrate where they are relative to the driveway that you see on the parcel that has a number 5 circle on it. And the subject site is the blue and that's number 4. So you can see that there's a structure, and that would be the Victorian that is to the north of parcel number 4, excuse me. But relative to its driveway, it's across from, diagonal from it. And you can see that it pairs up to parcel number 3 where the driveways are right next to one another. So they're pretty much seamless or part of the same driveway almost. You can see that the property to the south of number 3 has a structure and where it's related to its driveway. And so the question of adjoining uses and adjacent properties, this is the question. You'll see in the application before you that the structure, the red structure, or the red rectangle square on parcel number 4 is being proposed to be moved to the structure that's on parcel number 3. And the blue driveway on number 4 is being moved adjacent to the driveway on number 5. And so again, there's not that ability to respect one another's driveways or provide for reciprocal ingress and egress. Next, please. One of the concerns that I have, and I've expressed this to the applicant, is my concern about the driveway as proposed with respect to moving the structure to the south. You'll see in the middle there behind the red vehicle, that is the structure, the Victorian that we're talking about, it being moved to where the 2 cars are before you get to the house with the flag. And so you can see the current situation today where the 2 driveways are right next to one another. Should the structure be moved to the south, that driveway will be relocated to the north of this property, but then adjacent to the property to the north. Again, not providing for any ability to have reciprocal ingress and egress. Next. This particular diagram shows it more clearly. You can see the red structure. This is where north is facing to the top of the plan. And you can see that there's an opportunity for the city at this point and as planners to be able to combine the driveways on the subject property where it says 1211. My concern all along, as I've expressed to the applicant, is a concern about the narrow driveway to the property. And secondly, also the need or necessity of moving the Victorian to the south from a historic resource evaluation standpoint. So what I wanted to do at the 30,000 foot level is show you the concerns that I have as a director, that it would be perfect in my world, if I were king for a day, to be able to have a situation where we can lose one of those two blue driveways where I got the purple number 2 at, and have the reciprocal ingress and egress opportunity should that be available from a planning perspective. The property to the north is under construction. We've already lost that opportunity, so it's not available to us unless the house is moved to the south and the driveway is placed there, which would then negate the ability for us to have it on the south side. So I'm not saying it's a choice, throw it up and see what lands. I think we have an opportunity to reduce driveways along Broadway, and I think it would be good planning to not lose that opportunity to do so. Again, as I said, a narrow driveway to 1211 along the north where the Victorian will be removed is of concern to me with respect to its width. And as a director, I've not actually yet been convinced that there's a need to avert the moving of the property to the south, the Victorian to the south, to avoid demolition. I believe it's a choice that the applicant is choosing to express. So this concludes my comments. I'm happy to take questions on that, or we could transition to allow Christina to carry on the staff presentation, but leave that up to the chair.
Want to ask questions at this point?
Has there been any indication that either the property owner to the north or the south would be interested in some sort of an arrangement that would allow sharing of the driveways, either easement or?
I'll let Christina talk to that point.
Any other questions at this point?
Well, I was just going to say, in the staff report here, it said that your desire to reduce driveways isn't just your personal view from a planning director's perspective. It says in the general plan, a general plan policy is to coordinate development on small contiguous lots to the extent possible. So it is also backed up by the general plan.
A question in terms of the Caltrans plans for widening or improvements. What sort of ramifications would there be in the future for narrowing or widening or changing or modifying Broadway, and as it relates to?
I'll let Christina take that one on. What I do know is that I'll let her take all the tough questions, and I'll take the easy parts. No, there is a project that is reasonably foreseeable from a planning perspective relative to Caltrans' work on Broadway, but that's a resurfacing project, not a widening project. That's all I can comment on this time. I don't believe that you've got anything to add, right, Christina?
Not yet, I'll wait later.
Mr. Chair, can we maybe open the door or get some air moving in here?
Let's put the air on.
Thank you. What is do we know what the planned activity or current activity is on lot 1221, how that might impact the concept of a shared driveway?
I believe the people that that own that may be here tonight, but I'll let Christine address that. I believe she's had contact.
One last question. With respect more specifically with Caltrans improvements, the whole issue with improvements to Broadway as it relates to off-street parking is something that we should all be thinking about too as we move forward with any sort of changes to driveways or development.
If I can just point your attention to the map there, just north of Marcy, you'll see that there is actually on-street parking along Broadway at 90 degrees there. There's several spaces that actually go below. There's two driveways at Marcy separated by a tree, but you'll see parking along the south side of that even, and then it goes into parallel parking further south.
With that, then, I guess we'll move on to Christina for the staff report.
Thank you, Chair Felder. The project before us tonight is a planned unit development, tentative parcel map, use permit, design review, and landscape plan at 1211 Broadway, assessor's parcel number 128-181-004. The square shows you the outline of the property to give you some context with the neighboring properties and show you the narrowness of the site. The project is located directly across from Adele Harrison Middle School. The high school is slightly to the north, and adjacent the lodge and train town are also very nearby. Here's the assessor's parcel map to show you the long, skinny nature of the property that we're dealing with. The project site is a 14,838 square foot lot. It is flat, approximately 50 feet wide by 300 feet long. It's currently developed with an 838 square foot, 113-year-old historic cottage. There are a number of trees on the property, including a 24-inch diameter at breast height valley oak tree, 10-inch, another 8-inch, and 18-inch fig tree. There is currently a driveway, concrete pad, water well, and appurtenant structures. Surrounding land uses include a planned development that's under development to the north. To the south is an existing single-family residence, Adele Harrison Middle School to the east, and to the west is the single-family residential neighborhood. The project is located in the Broadway corridor planning area and is zoned for mixed use. The allowed density is 20 units per acre, and the zoning district has a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. The minimum lot dimensions are that it has a minimum width of 40 feet and no required lot depth. The applicable setbacks are a 15-foot front setback, and our side setbacks are based on the height of the structure, and as proposed, a 9-foot setback would be required for the sides, and a 20-foot rear. And the reason for the rear setback being increased to the front is because it's adjacent to low-density residential to the back, and so the rear setback is increased. So the proposed project is a tentative parcel map to split the existing property into 4 lots that would support a total of 6 residences. Lot 1 would contain the existing historic house. It is proposed to be 2,291 square feet, and the residence would be relocated by constructing a new foundation, and then the existing residence would be lifted up and placed on the new foundation and would be renovated on that new foundation. The new 14-foot wide shared driveway would cross over Lot 1 on the north side and would serve all 6 units. There's 1 proposed uncovered parking space for Lot 1. Lot 2 is proposed to be 2,704 square feet, and it would contain a new 1,146 square foot single-family residence with a private garden. There would be 1 parking space under a cantilevered car canopy, and it would also contain a portion of the common driveway. Lot 3 is proposed to be 4,450 square feet and would contain a duplex building that would total 2,386 square feet total, with each unit being approximately 1,193 square feet. And there would be 2 private gardens, 1 for each of the duplexes. And again, a portion of the common driveway would be over Lot 3. Lot 4 is proposed to be 5,391 square feet, and it would contain a similar duplex building, same dimensions with the private gardens, 3 parking spaces that would be covered with the cantilevered car canopy, and it would contain a car turnaround. And there's also a garbage enclosure that would contain 6 garbage bins that would support the entire development, and that's located on the western fence line. Here's an overview of the project from Broadway looking west. There's the tentative parcel map. There's the existing residence that would be relocated. And then proceeding from the right to left, we have existing residence, new single-family dwelling, new duplex, new duplex. The new residences would be 2 stories, 21 feet tall with a flat white membrane roof. There would be 5 total new units, 1 single-family, the 2 duplex buildings with 4 duplex units total. And the sizes would be 1,146 square feet for the single family and 2,386 for the duplex building, about 1,100 per each. Each garden would be about 480 square feet. The foundations are proposed to be slab on grade, and parallel parking spaces are proposed to be adjacent to the building. And again, I mentioned the cantilevered canopies. This is the north elevation. The south elevation. There's the proposed materials board. Continuation of the materials board. Now we're going to talk a little bit about the existing building. So the existing building, as I mentioned, is 113 years old, about 890 square feet. The project proposes to move the cottage about 30 feet to the south and place it on a new foundation. It was constructed in approximately 1910 for Sophia Carmer, and it's a transitional folk Victorian style, the simple square massing hipped roof and associated decorative features. There have been several historic resource evaluations prepared for this project, and they all agree that it is eligible for listing in the California Register, criteria 3 for architecture, as the residence is a good example of folk Victorian architecture style as expressed in a Sonoma cottage. The project proposes to remodel the existing cottage to match the new buildings. Access to the project site is proposed to be via a new 14-foot wide, approximately 300-foot long driveway. It would terminate in a compact vehicle turnaround area. The maximum vehicle that the turnaround has been designed to accommodate is approximately 6 feet wide, 15-foot long, and the sample vehicle is a Hyundai Santa Fe. And the driveway is proposed to be comprised of turf block. Parking is proposed to be accommodated in 8 on-site parking spaces. They're all proposed to be compact spaces that would be 9.5 feet wide by 24 feet long. Lot 1 proposes an uncovered parking space. As you know, in the code, we're required to propose a covered parking space, but for this single-family residence, it's proposed to be uncovered. Lots 2, 3, and 4 would be coverage from a cantilevered canopy that would project from the north side of the building and have support structures that connected from the end up to the top of the building. The project would be protected by a full NFPA 13 compliant sprinkler system that would be privately maintained, and a privately maintained hydrant. There is no required fire truck turnaround. The new landscaping is proposed for all units, as well as in front of the existing single-family residences, and planting along the fence on the southern property line. Landscaping along Broadway would include citrus and persimmon trees, and the private gardens are provided in the rear yards. The fencing for the property lines is proposed to be an 8-foot tall polymer mesh deer fence around the northern, western, and southern edges of the property. And the fence on the southern side, as I mentioned, would be planted with vines. And just to touch on the question about the Caltrans jurisdiction, some of the plantings are located in the right-of-way, and they would require a Caltrans encroachment permit as well as encroachment permits from the Department of Public Works. The courtyard fencing is proposed to be a 7-foot tall plus 1 foot of open lattice for a total fence height of 8 feet. It would utilize hardy artisan siding on both sides and would be painted ceiling bright white, and the posts would be tricorn black. Here's a sample of the fences that are being proposed. So the access and utilities, kind of went over this. This is a little duplicative, but the sewer and water would be from the city of Sonoma, and garbage service would be actually from Broadway, and the garbage cans would have to get brought out to Broadway for service, which is, I believe, pretty typical for that neighborhood. So before the Planning Commission tonight is a discussion and consideration of several applications. We have a tentative parcel map, a planned development permit, a use permit, which is required for the additional residences on the property, landscape plans, and the applicant is also requesting additional exceptions. The bulk of this presentation tonight is really focusing on the planned development permit. We're not really going to touch on the tentative map requirements and subdivision map act much. It's going to focus on more the concessions that are being asked for through the PUD and the additional exceptions.
Can I ask a quick question?
Is that it, Christina?
No, I'm not done, but that's okay. I don't mind if you
Okay.
ask a
Well,
question.
just it pertains to the section you're on now. So the
Okay.
action that's being there's no specific action being taken by the commission tonight. am I
Correct.
correct?
We're really having a discussion about code tonight. It's super sexy and exciting, I know.
Thank you.
It's Planning Nerd 101. So as Director Storer went into some detail about the purpose of the planned development permit, and as I think we're all in agreement that the whole purpose of the PD is for properties such as this. We have a very narrow site, and the intent of this process is to support useful innovation and get a higher design quality. So that's why we're all here tonight, is to work to having the best project possible that we can. And the applicant has done a really good job being very creative, and I give credit to the architect for coming up with a very innovative design. The last statement at the bottom, a planned development permit shall not be granted solely for the purpose of maximizing development potential or for merely allowing the development of individual units on separate lots. Plan development permit applicability. This is, sorry, a little bit duplicative, but I think it will help feed our discussion later. So plan development permits may be requested for any development project in any residential, mixed use, or commercial zoning district. We're clearly in a mixed use zoning district, so it applies to the property. Flexibility in the application of development standards may only be authorized with regards to the following requirements. You know, it'd be great if we all had a magic wand and could look at projects and use our whatever discretion we have, but our hands are a little bit tied with the planned development process. So we're limited to 5 categories of concessions that we can discuss tonight with regards to the planned development permit. The first is the setbacks that the applicant is asking for, structure, location, and setbacks. So the red is what we're going to be discussing tonight. 2, parking and loading requirements. And then the last one that's applicable to the project is the lot area. So tonight, up for the Planning Commission's discussion are really to give the applicant feedback on how you see pros and cons about the different requests. So setbacks, parking requirements, minimum lot size. And then the additional exceptions that are being requested are for site coverage, driveway width, and vehicle maneuvering room. So these are concessions that are being requested that are not within the flexibility of the planned development permit. So first up is a discussion on setbacks.
Can I ask a question? Are there mechanisms within the code that allow for the exceptions beyond the plan development?
We have extensively looked through the code ad nauseum, picked apart the language. I'll allow our city council to answer as well, but I have not been able to find a mechanism for these 3 requests.
So you're saying the code does not allow us to make those exceptions for site coverage, driveway width, and vehicle maneuvering room? Is that your interpretation?
Pursuant to the municipal code itself, you have a very unique planned district ordinance that it specifically limits its applicability to specific sections and topics within the code. These are not 3 that are covered within your planned development ordinance that may be varied by plan development. Generally speaking, your other code option for granting an exception is either a development standard exception process. These aren't development standards, so that doesn't get you there, at least as respects site coverage. As respects a variance, generally speaking, a variance is not something that you can grant that is specific to the nature of a development proposal. In other words, you can't create the need for a variance by proposing something and then saying, I need a variance for what I'm proposing that doesn't comply. So relative to code exceptions or code processes within your own development code, no, you do not appear to have a different ability to address making exceptions for these specific requests.
Well, then I mean, maybe this is a stupid question, but then, I mean, why is it before us? I mean, if we can't make these exceptions.
You know, the development process is not a straightforward process, and maybe the director would care to answer that.
Yeah, so since the first study session that we had, we were talking in generalities about the design. I think we focused a lot on the architecture, but when it came down to the actual manipulation of the site and applicability to specifics, as the applicant modified the plan and has modified the plan in response to some of the issues. These are not, this is what's left after the discussions we've had with the applicant. And so we are at a point where if the commission is favorable of granting the exceptions that are within the PD, then we can, and if it's not, then we can talk about a redesign of the site. Certainly there is that option available to the applicant to not require any of these additional requested exceptions outside of those that are granted or permissible anyway through the PD process.
Thank you.
I've got a follow-up on that. So we have a list of 3 exceptions that are not covered with the PD flexibility. If any of those exceptions were not granted, that throws into play the CEQA exemption, doesn't it not?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you for bringing that up. That is going to be another piece here for Christina to address in a few moments.
Okay.
Any other questions before we go on? All right, so setbacks is probably one of the easier issues for us to deal with tonight and have a discussion on. As I mentioned previously, the front setback is 15 feet, sides are 9 feet, and the rear is 20 feet. On parcel 1, there is a proposed 10-foot setback, 4.25 side setback, where 9 is required, and a rear setback of 5.7, where 20 feet is required. Parcel 2, a side setback of 3 feet, rear setback of 11.25. Parcel 3, side of 3, rear of 11.25. And parcel 4, side of 3, and a rear of 11.25. And I'll have all of these issues teed up at the end, or if you want, we could do a discussion while the development standards are up. Do you have
I just have a question of definition here. When you're referring to the rear setback, are you speaking to the southern border of the property that is comprised of the yards?
That's a great question. So for lot 1, which fronts Broadway, the front setback is along Broadway and the rear is on the west side of the property.
Mm-hmm.
The lots 2, 3, and 4 take access off the driveway, and our code directs us to kind of flip the setbacks. So for lots 2, 3, and 4, the front setback is to the north, and the rear is to the south.
And so that setback to the rear, to the south, is that inclusive or separate from the space taken for the yards? In other words, is the yard being part of the setback?
Correct. The measurement for setback is from the building to the property line.
And how deep is each yard?
That whatever the rear setback is, the yard takes up that whole space.
No, I
minus
understand
some
that.
fencing.
I haven't been able, and it's probably in the plan somewhere. What are the dimensions? I know that said these yards are 480 square feet. Are they 10 feet deep by 48 feet?
I can let the applicant speak to that later, but the setback's 11.25, so it's 11.25 times whatever the building width is.
I see. So the depth of the yard is 11.25.
Correct.
Okay.
I have one brief question. Is there anything in the code that gives the Planning Commission guidance in terms of how to consider flexibility? For example, the side yard setback is a required setback is 9 feet for side, right? And so flexibility is that 6, 7. So what they're requesting is a third of that. Is that there's nothing in the code that talks about the degree of flexibility?
No, the guidance is really, I think, in the intent of the plan development permit, and it's up to the commission to determine if the concessions that are being requested are offset by the uniqueness
Benefits,
of the
right.
and the benefits of the design.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question about, I guess, the mechanism for the subdivision, like a condominium versus the actual parcelization. So help me understand if this was coming to us like as a condominium and there was a common area and we were looking at it not so much with respect to like 4 lots, but a condominium project. Would there be any difference in how you would review this?
Yeah, we have different standards for multifamily and for single family and duplex. We have very specific standards for single family, and the project has gone back and forth a little bit since its inception as to whether it was a condo project versus a lot split.
If it was a condominium project, some of these things may not necessarily be as applicable as opposed to having the rigidness of like trying to create 4 lots that could be sold off individually.
Well, it would still be through the plan development process, so we would still have the same findings and the same process.
The same process.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay,
But-
following up on that, wouldn't it, if it was a condo, wouldn't there not be a need for a side setback? Because there's townhouses. Or even under a PUD, couldn't that be potentially 0?
That's definitely an option that they could consider.
Okay.
The other elimination relative to the nonconformances that would occur if it were one parcel would be you have a parcel size issue relative to each of these parcels being created. So they're asking to vary through the PUD process the minimum parcel size. That too would be eliminated if it were one parcel.
But it does raise other issues. So our parking standards for multifamily are higher than single family, and for single family we require 1 parking space. And so if it was a multifamily, parking would be higher, and so we would have increased issues with site coverage. And there's also, I believe, open space requirements for multifamily housing that would take up additional space as well. So it's trade-offs. And
What's the height limit if this project were redesigned to solve some of these setback issues, to have a 3rd floor of living space on the back units? Would that violate applicable height standards?
no, they have quite an additional height to play with if they so desire. I think they were trying to keep the profile low in order to respect the existing cottage. A lot of our infill development policies and guidelines specify that when you have a historic building and are building new development in close proximity, that you want to respect the existing building. And if you had a 30-foot tall structure dominating over it, we might have some potential issues with our infill development guidelines and the historic overlay, things like that.
Okay.
What's the current setback on the existing Victorian house?
Oh, gosh. I would have to check the plans. I think it's 24 feet to the south.
So they're moving it forward then? Okay.
Any other questions on setbacks? All right, so parking. Our city standard, handout 12, states that parallel parking spaces shall be 10 feet wide by 24 feet long. Section 1948 or 040, number of parking spaces required, Section H, compact spaces, states a maximum of 30% of the required parking spaces for multifamily, commercial, and industrial uses may be compact. Unfortunately, this section does not state that compact parking spaces are allowed for single-family residential development or duplexes. Additionally, the project is proposing 100% of the parking spaces be compact, and the code states that a maximum of 30% are allowed to be compact. Section 1948-070 states parking facilities shall be separated from buildings either by a raised walkway, landscape strip, or preferably a combination of both. Situations where parking aisles or spaces directly abut the building are prohibited. So what's being proposed on Lot 1 is a requested concession from our parking standards to waive the requirement for covered parking, and then additionally the compact spaces. So the compact spaces are proposed for all 4 lots, as well as the parallel parking spaces adjacent to the building. Any questions on parking?
There was a mention in the staff report about guest parking, but I don't remember the clarification. There is a requirement and there's none, is that my understanding?
There is a requirement for guest parking for, it's not necessarily guest parking, but for the duplex buildings, it's 1.5 spaces per unit. So for lots 3 and 4, there are a total of 3 spaces proposed for each duplex building. So 3 spaces for 2 units. So essentially there's 1 additional spot. In the narrative, the applicant states that at least one spot would be deeded to each unit, and then the third would be kind of a flexible parking space for
So
guests.
just so I understand, are we short guest parking? as required?
No, right now the project meets code for the number
It's
of
okay.
spaces. The concessions are being requested for the size of the parking
Oh, okay.
spaces, for the location next to the building, and no covered parking on lot 1.
Thank you.
All right. As stated before, the MX zoning district requires a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet in the Broadway corridor planning area. All 4 of the proposed lots are smaller than the minimum required size, but as we discussed earlier, this is well within the flexibility allowed by the PD. The current lot sizes are proposed to range from 28% to 66% of the required minimum. And the small lot sizes are required to support the single-family and duplex buildings, which, as I mentioned, require less parking than if this was a multifamily or a condo project. So that really concludes the issues up for discussion that are within the purview of the PD. And the next few are the concessions that are being requested that we don't appear to have a mechanism, and we're requesting the Planning Commission discuss tonight. So site coverage. Our code defines site coverage as the percentage of total site area occupied by structures and paving for vehicle use. Structure/building coverage includes the primary structure, all accessory structures, carports, garages, patio covers, storage sheds, trash dumpsters, enclosures, etc., and architectural features, including chimneys, balconies, decks above the first floor, porches, stairs, etc. Structure/building coverage is measured from exterior wall to exterior wall. Pavement coverage includes areas necessary for ingress, egress, outdoor parking, and circulation of motor vehicles. The MX zoning district has an allowed maximum site coverage of 66%. As a whole, 60%, excuse me. The site coverage as a whole is being proposed at 77%. Parcel 1 is being proposed at 76%. Parcel 2 at 72%, Parcel 3 at 78%, and Parcel 4 at 78%.
Question for you quickly. In your calculations, is the cantilevered section of the building over the parking spaces being considered part of the site coverage?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, and it's parking underneath, so it's kind of double counted. Not double counted in the numbers, but it's counted either way. All right, driveway and turnaround. So the applicant is proposing a driveway that is 14 feet wide. Section 1948-070 of our Sonoma Municipal Code states that two-way traffic aisles shall have a minimum width of 20 feet. Sonoma Municipal Code Section 1932-020, paragraph A3 states that driveways along Broadway shall be minimized when possible by combining driveways. Staff has recommended collaborating with the neighbors to obtain a reciprocal access easement for a shared driveway. Section 1948-070 states parking area shall provide suitable maneuvering room so that vehicles enter an abutting street or alley in a forward direction. The review authority may approve exceptions for single-family homes and duplexes. As proposed, large SUVs and trucks will be required to back out onto Broadway to exit the property. As I mentioned, the largest vehicle that can drive to the end and make that turnaround movement is a Hyundai Santa Fe, which has approximate dimensions of 6 feet wide by 15 feet long. So before you are the PD findings of approval. Finding 1 is that the planned development permit is consistent with the general plan, any specific plan, and the intent and applicable objectives of this section. 2, the design of the development is consistent with the intent of applicable regulations and design guidelines of the development code. 3, the various use and development elements of the planned development relate to one another in such a way as to justify exceptions to the normal standards of the development code. 4, the design flexibility allowed by the planned development permit has been used to creatively address identified physical and environmental constraints and or meet identified housing needs. And 5, the proposed development will be well integrated into its setting, will relate appropriately to adjacent uses, and will retain desirable natural features of the site and the surrounding area. So the next topic for discussion is required inclusionary housing. The applicant is proposing to designate the existing historic single-family residence as affordable housing. As proposed, we would have one of the 6 units being proposed as affordable, which is 16.67% of the total units being designated for affordable housing. Section 1944-020, inclusionary units, states that a development containing 5 or more parcels or units shall provide that at least 20% of the total parcels or units are affordable to households in the low and moderate income categories. Additionally, Section 1944-050, location of inclusionary and bonus units, states that inclusionary affordable units should be reasonably dispersed throughout the development and should be compatible with the design or the use of the market rate units in terms of appearance, materials, and finished quality. I bring this up largely because this was a point that was very important to the Planning Commission and the Mockingbird Lane project. I personally find that the location of their proposed unit is appropriate. I love that existing cottage, and if I was looking for a low-income house, I would be delighted to live there. So as I mentioned before, we have several discretionary applications that have been submitted by the applicant, and right now the application is currently incomplete. So we have not gone through the CEQA process yet. First, we need to have a complete application, then we enter the official CEQA review. And right now I just want to do kind of a CEQA 101 that I know you've all been dying to do. So here, Chair Felder, you're going to get your CEQA 101 tonight from me. So CEQA applies to projects that are discretionary in nature. So a ministerial permit is the counter to that. So a ministerial permit is a grading permit, plumbing permit, electrical permit, something that does not require judgment from an individual. So before you tonight is the plan development permit, a use permit, and design review, which are all discretionary applications. Therefore, the project is defined as a project under CEQA. And I know some of my commissioners love talking about initial studies. Looking at you, but under CEQA, you don't necessarily jump straight to an initial study. You go through the mental exercise to figure out, can you be exempt from CEQA? There are statutory exemptions and there are categorical exemptions. So the next question in your mind, once you determine that a project is subject to CEQA, is can the project rely on any categorical exemptions? Do any of them apply? And in a similar vein, you then ask, are any of the exceptions to the exemptions applicable to the project? When you read the CEQA statute, before you get to the language in all of the categorical exemptions, and it's a list of 35 categorical exemptions that are tools for planners to use to potentially exempt a project. And the exceptions come before those. I'm going to read those to you. Well, how do I want to do this? Okay, so you have to ask the question, do any of the exceptions apply? If any don't apply, then you go to the next question, can you do a categorical exemption? If none of the categorical exemptions apply to the project, the next step in CEQA is to do an initial study, which is essentially a checklist of about 18 resource areas, air quality, biological resources, aesthetics, and you go through the exercise of evaluating whether there would be a potential impact or no potential impacts. And if there are potential impacts, we're required by the law to identify mitigation measures that would reduce the impacts to a less than significant level. If we go through that initial study process and determine there are no impacts, then we would file what's called a negative declaration. If we identify potential impacts that require mitigation measures to reduce the impacts to a less than significant level, we could proceed with a mitigated negative declaration. If at the end of the day there are potential impacts that even after coming up with mitigation measures would still be significant, it's called a significant unavoidable impact, and that's what would trigger an environmental impact report. So I'm going to back up now and read some of the exceptions to the exemptions, which are in CEQA section 15300.2. And there are really two that are potentially applicable to the project, and we just wanted to discuss them tonight. The first is, would there be a cumulative impact? All exemptions for these classes are inapplicable when the cumulative impact of successive projects of the same type in the same place over time is significant. F is historical resources. A categorical exemption shall not be used for a project which may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historic resource. As we've mentioned through.
Sorry, the historical resource, just read that one again and make sure it gets into my brain.
A categorical exemption shall not be used for a project which may cause a substantial adverse change in the significance of a historical resource.
Could you clarify what a historic resource is? Could that be also a district, or is it specifically like a building?
You want to answer that one?
The answer is both.
Okay.
So it could be an impact to the district itself or an impact to the historic structure.
So the say, for example, the visual aspects of a project may affect the historic district, say, and you might have to analyze it in relationship to a district.
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
In order to investigate whether or not that exception precluded the project from using a categorical exemption, we've done quite a bit of work on this issue. Initially, the applicant prepared and commissioned a historic resource evaluation and turned that in, as well as several letters that determined that the resource was protected under CEQA and that the proposed project would not change the significance of the resource, but it was really looking at the changes to the exterior modifications. It didn't evaluate the actual physical moving of the building. Under CEQA, we're required to look at the whole of the action, and the whole of the action includes all of the construction that would happen at the site and the literal physical lifting and moving of the building as well. So as a result, the city commissioned a peer review of that HRE and commissioned Page and Turnbull. They did a peer review of the HRE, and they agreed with her regarding the eligibility of the project for the California Register. They also noted that additional information would be required to determine if moving the building would be a feasible option. And some of this additional information was a structural evaluation and a moving plan, and I'll get into those in just a moment.
Can I interrupt you just for 1 second?
Sure.
Did any of these reports look at the historic resource as it relates to the Broadway corridor?
No, we didn't look at the district itself.
So the district wasn't evaluated at all with respect to the project's design?
The compatibility of the project with our infill guidelines and the code, it was evaluated in compliance with those.
I actually don't think this is in the Broadway Historic District.
Okay.
I think that's just north of MacArthur.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thanks
If that's what you're
Yes.
asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So,
Could I ask you a question while we're still on this? I'm confused about the 5 and 6 bullet points. If relocating the cottage can only be done to prevent demolition, and the applicant has said they're not doing it to prevent demolition, then isn't that a non-starter?
it's a good topic for conversation tonight.
And what's the width of the existing driveway to the south? So if the cottage stayed right where it is, would there be enough room to run a driveway up the side of it?
I believe there's 24 feet from the southern side of the building to the property line.
So if this project were flipped, in other words,
It's either way. As proposed, there would be 24 feet to the north,
Okay.
and as currently stands, there's 24 feet to the south.
Thanks.
I will note that the foundation needs to be redone in any case, so the building will either be lifted and restored, and the applicant is proposing to move it that 30 feet. 23 feet. Okay, 23 feet. The applicant has stated that the relocation is being proposed to support the project design of having the gardens have southern exposure and not to prevent the demolition of the building. I would note that if the building was being proposed for demolition, we would be dealing with an environmental impact report likely. Page and Turnbull, the city's consultant, stated that restoring the residence in place is the preferred approach. The recommended avoidance measures include revising the design narrative to more clearly state the purpose for removing the building, requesting a structural engineering report to determine that the structure is sound enough to actually make the move, that we're not going to, lift it up and have it crumble. A landscape plan for the receiver site that looks at the consistency of the landscaping in the historical context with the building. They identified some potential inconsistencies with some of the proposed landscaping and signage not being in alignment with the historic nature of the structure. Preparing an existing conditions report, grading and foundation design consultation to make sure that the new foundation is appropriate for the building, historic resource protection and rehabilitation plan, relocation plan, a reporting of and response to inadvertent danger to the historic resource, and a post-construction survey. So going back to our theoretical CEQA discussion, if let's say we go through the exercise of walking through the exceptions and we find that none of the exceptions to the exemptions apply to the project, we then proceed to looking at categorical exemptions, and you can really kind of just go down one by one to see which is the most appropriate for the site. So really the only categorical exemption that would potentially fit this project is section 15332 for infill development. Class 32 consists of projects characterized as infill development meeting the conditions described in this section. Subsection A states that the project is consistent with the applicable general plan designation and all applicable general plan policies, as well as applicable zoning designation and regulations. B, the proposed development occurs within city limits on a project site of no more than 5 acres, substantially surrounded by urban uses. C, the project site has no value as habitat for endangered, rare, or threatened species. D, approval of the project would not result in any significant effects relating to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. And E, the site can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. Questions?
I'm going to ask a question. So what this is really saying is if we have some exception that's being asked for that does not is not included in a planned development permission or approval, in which case it would meet all zoning and general plan designations. If we find something that we don't agree with an exception or granting an exception, does that automatically throw out the class 32? As long as it's not covered in a planned development.
If you have no legal way to approve the exception in your code, it would not be covered, it would not meet the first test of subsection A of the class 32 exemption.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? So, like, let's take site coverage, for example. As we discussed earlier, there's no mechanism in our code to allow the exception for site coverage, correct?
As your code is currently configured, that is correct.
Right, so therefore, we can't use, as I feel like I just heard, we can't use an exemption. My next question would be, why would we even move forward with initial study and put all that time and expense into a CEQA process when we can't approve it at the end?
I don't want to speak for staff here. Staff can speak for themselves,
Well,
but I think that's why we're.
Earlier, it's like if we can't exempt, we have to go to initial study. But
I think she was speaking. Christine was only speaking in terms of a generalized CEQA process. Relative to this project, one of the reasons that the project is here before you this evening for sort of this generalized discussion is to not incur expense associated with undertaking environmental review to just get here later and not be able to do anything relative to the project. So I think staff has brought the project before you to find out whether or not the Commission agrees with the staff analysis relative to the issues that have been brought before you. And if so, then to help provide some direction to the applicant about project modifications that could make the project fit the code in a way that it would be approvable.
And as I mentioned earlier, right now we are not in CEQA review. The application is currently incomplete. The next step is to draft another notice of incompleteness identifying the outstanding issues. After the application is deemed complete, we would proceed with the housing, I might get the term wrong, Veronica, housing consistency determination, which for housing projects would be a full analysis of the code and an analysis of how the project is or is not compliant with our objective standards. And then once that process is complete, then we could enter CEQA review, and that's when we would have the authority to ask for a lot of the additional information that the resource evaluation peer review is recommending. Now, the applicant did prepare a report to demonstrate how the project could comply with the section 15332 categorical exemption. It is not included in your staff report tonight as we're not in CEQA review. Wanted to keep the discussion on CEQA more theoretical and not get into the weeds of impacts to air, traffic, biology, things like that. It's not really appropriate at this time.
I have a follow-up question. I kind of missed this, but the minimum number or the percentage of units for inclusionary would be 20%?
Correct.
And this project provides less than that?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
If they were to be able to benefit from a shared driveway, what would that do to all of our other like site coverage and various other issues? Have you had a chance to look at that at all and see what would be, if they could get a shared driveway, what would that do to the overall project's conformance?
We'd have to look at what proposal came before us. I think that it would help in some areas. Right now, the biggest issue with site coverage is that the driveway is extending all the way down the length of the property. So in some capacity, in order to meet site coverage, they likely need to, if they could move part of it onto the adjacent property, that would maybe help offset some of it, or they could consider shortening the driveway. There's a lot of different options.
Is the driveway included in site coverage?
Correct.
Okay.
So right now I would open it up to the Planning Commission and to have a discussion on the topics that have been presented tonight and provide feedback to the applicant on the following topics. And actually, I'll just go back for a second. The question came up as to why we would proceed with CEQA if the Planning Commission sees potential issues with the code, and that's really what we're doing tonight, is trying to inform the applicant and for the Planning Commission to provide feedback, and then that's up to the applicant to decide if they want to proceed at that point.
I guess my main question is, if all 7 of us up here loved the project and wanted to approve it, you're telling me, as proposed, we can't by law. Is that what I'm gathering? Just hypothetically.
I think the answer to that question is one we might have answered on the previous application to a certain extent, or the previous item. You have the ability within your code to make code modifications to address things that you feel like don't work in practical application. And so there's always a way for you to approve a project, but
that
it might take a code amendment.
It would have to
or
be
it
a
might-
whole code, changing the code type
Right,
thing.
or it might
Okay.
take a different type of application from the applicant, and we've talked about some of their other options. So I think staff is at this point just sort of saying, as proposed currently, that there are issues with that. There may be ways that the project could either be modified or another application could be made to be approvable.
Can I ask one more question before we get into the discussion about perspective? So we have a project that's currently under construction that we went through recent approvals. I think I was part of the approvals of that project. So could you help clarify for me, first of all, did that project go through environmental review? 2, did that project get approved as a planned development? 3, did that require exceptions that the Planning Commission had to make with respect to maneuverability, site coverage, reductions in affordable housing, and setbacks?
So it's the 1181, I believe, to
Yes.
the north. So I wasn't here at the time. I didn't work on that project. I have read the staff report. My memory is that it was a planned development permit.
Mm-hmm.
It did approve 6 units. and we did process a categorical exemption, no 15332 for that project. It did happen many years ago. It was one of those phased projects where I think it came before us in '96 and got an entitlement, and then they lapsed, and then it came back and renewed it. And the analysis, if I'm remembering correctly, was tearing back to that sort of initial project. So, it's great to look at example projects for guidance. But as everyone knows, the code changes, CEQA changes year in, year out, the laws change, and so while it can help in some aspects, I think that the driveway maneuverability, it's a good example of, it isn't the exact same size property. It's 50 by 300 feet, so it's an interesting example to see how they handled their site constraints, and they have a much different approach to driveway and turnaround and parking. It's a multifamily development, so they had different requirements for parking.
Thank you.
Bob, I have a question about our process, noting the number of folks in the audience and presuming that some of them at least want to say something about this project. And in the normal course of events, we have public comment before we have commissioner discussion. Are we going to do that here tonight?
We are. We're still in the questions.
Okay.
But if there are no further questions, but there is one.
It's not really a question. I actually requested the staff report for that project you just referenced, and it did have an exemption, but I don't think it was a planned development. And if I remember that correctly, because I feel like I remember when this was going on, there was a controversy at the time over use of planned developments for, they were being used too many or too much, and I believe our former planning director said that couldn't be a planned development, but it could, and since they had to follow the code specifically, it could get an exemption.
May I ask what cat exemption they used? Was it a 315?
It was a 332.
I believe she's right. I believe this was the one when we were looking for if that class 32 has ever been used before. I think this was it. Yeah, it was 32.
If there are no further questions, I'm going to open it up to the public, and I would ask the applicant if they would care to speak first. And I'd ask you to please limit your discussion to 10 minutes if you can.
It'll be less than that.
And okay, and then we will open it up to the rest of the public after you speak.
Great. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Thank you so much for taking the time to review our project. My name is Sharon Bijan, and I'm the developer for 1211 Broadway. And I've lived in Sonoma for the past 8 years with my wife and 4 kids who were here earlier, with the outside. And we absolutely love everything about Sonoma. The small town feel, everyone knowing each other, and a sense of community that's rare to find these days. And I wanted to develop this project because I wanted other people to have the same experiences I've had living in Sonoma. And we're really excited to be presenting this new development that's going to bring badly needed housing to Sonoma at attainable prices for first-time home buyers and small families. I'm really proud of this project. We've worked extremely hard to bring something that was architecturally beautiful while maintaining the true aesthetics and history of Sonoma. There are so many tract homes and projects that all look the same, and although this may be convenient and cost-effective, it's not what Sonoma is about. We need diversity, we need fresh new ideas, and if you study the history of Sonoma, which Stanley, our architect, will speak on shortly, you will see that there was so much thought and detail that went into the architecture that was here before, and some that's still present today. We had a very challenging task because of the lot size and that we're working with, and I think that Stanley did an incredible job utilizing the space that he had to create this environment that really captures the essence of Sonoma living and still makes it beautiful and attainable for first-time homebuyers. This has by no means been an easy process. As you may recall, during the first study session, we had incredible feedback from both you, the Planning Commission, and a lot of community members that were here. And although we know everyone was very excited about the project, we knew we had a lot of work to do. So we went back and worked diligently with several experts and consultants to make sure we address as many concerns as possible, working with the limitations of the lot size that we have. And many of those experts are here today to kind of address those questions in regards to CEQA, in regards to the historical components. And just to touch on that briefly, we did 2 different historical studies to essentially say the same thing, that moving the structure was the best solution for this project, not demoing it. And that was done by Alice Duffy, and then they did the peer review with Page and Turnbull. And the reason that we're moving it is, Stanley will talk about obviously the design component of that, but the house has to be lifted up to redo the foundation regardless. So moving it 20 feet will have absolutely no impact in terms of the integrity of the structure, or if it's going to be damaged or not. Regardless, it's going to have to be lifted to restore the property. And by moving it 20 feet, it's going to fall in line with obviously the project that we're doing and making it sure that it's all cohesive and look presentable with the units that we're building behind it. In terms of the Class 32 exemption that we're requesting, we did a study with Rincon, who's here to kind of speak on that. And we did an 80-page report, and unfortunately you don't have that report, but it clearly states that we're in full compliance with getting a Class 32 exemption. And they state one by one, and I don't know, for some reason you don't have this report, but it clearly states the reasons as to why we're compliant and why we fall into being allowed for Class 32 exemptions with our project. So I was actually going to talk in regards to the point of the 19.54070, which David talked about, which obviously gives flexibility to the Planning Commission based on the criteria that was listed. And I think that really summed up really greatly in terms of what our project represents. We're dealing with a very challenging space. There's a lot of limitations. So we're hoping that you have some flexibility and understanding that we can't comply with everything just because of the format and the lot size that we have, while still maintaining what we're looking to create and with the design component of it. Overall, I think that this is something that's really needed in Sonoma. Obviously, additional housing, we're making it affordable so that people that are buying first time or small or young families that are looking to purchase for the first time can afford it. Again, it ties into everything that Sonoma is about. The whole a big component of the way we have it laid out is the whole indoor-outdoor feel of Sonoma, and that's one thing that the Planning Commission was really excited about during the last study session, is that we created this environment where it really captures Sonoma living. We have a whole indoor-outdoor feel to the project, and we can't move it to the other side because it eliminates that whole feel of the project. And hopefully, as you listen to Stanley's presentation and see what the thought process was behind the project and why the reasoning for everything that we've done, you can support it and get behind it. We've really taken every measure possible to comply with all of the requests from the planning department to do all these additional studies. You bring up a great point, Commissioner Barnett, that, why did we do the Class 32 report or study? Well, it was suggested to us that we do that to have that as an exemption. So we have that, and if I had known, obviously, that there's no point for it, and I wouldn't spend all that time and money going through that if you can't even use it. So a lot of the things that we did, we took direction and we tried to use to give you better assurance and comfort that everything is applicable as much as it can be with the lot size that we have, and hopefully you can support the project and give us your feedback as much as possible so we can get it approved. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Can we put up the slides on the computer here? He has it typed in here.
Is there a way to get this to work? It's all connected. Yeah.
It's coming up.
Is it?
Yeah, on our screen. Here it is.
Okay. Essentially, this is the image of the end point of our project, which essentially keeps all the qualities of the streetscape unchanged, other than that the Victorian has been moved 23 feet. This is an elevation showing the same condition, and the duplicate driveways that were on the south are now
mirrored on the north. So there isn't really a huge change in the sort of driveway conditions. I wasn't really able to understand the point about the driveways. But this is a view of the entry to our project. I just want to recount the kind of logic of the building. And these historical precedents, which probably your code wouldn't allow you to build today, are the sort of backdrop for this building. These very simple linear structures with repetitive elements creating courtyards. And in essence, this miniaturized is the type of house that we're trying to provide. So we're not interested in the kind of McMansion gingerbread kind of work that's getting done. We're interested in the intrinsic and best quality buildings of Sonoma and a way to reinvigorate them in a contemporary and current kind of way that makes sense for today. So our building, which you see really emerges from the sort of architecture that's unique to this town. There's minimal visual impact of the new structures, which are kept low behind the Victorian, and which are the Victorian, in a sense, being moved is part of the idea of this ability to maintain the look of the street without a change. And the logic of and the kind of aesthetic of the Victorian is reinterpreted, the kind of materials. There was a comment made that we're going to make the Victorian look like our new building. Actually, it's the opposite. Our new building is going to be made to be compatible with the Victorian, but not imitating it. Just using the kind of characteristics, the vertical kind of windows, the horizontal siding. So those are the elements that are being transformed. We're not making the Victorian modern. The site strategy, I think, is critical. This is a kind of narrow lot topology, which is very unique to Sonoma. And these are a series of different conditions where you see these long driveways that enter into these deep properties. And taking off from this kind of tradition, our site's been organized. And I mean, you have a very strange definition of coverage because the lot itself, you know, we have the driveway is almost 47%. That blue area is already 47% open. The actual structures themselves are only around 20%, and then this is all open again, 14%, which is garden. So, you know, the sort of definitions are the things that are a bit confounding about the way conditions are. Also this whole situation about dividing the property into lots. As the planner mentioned, we started with a single development, a condominium development. It was her kind of encouragement to really break it up into a number of lots. The logic that drove that was to reduce the amount of parking. We would have had a very simple project before you, actually, of just asking for a parking reduction instead of a whole series of exceptions. A few other things that I'd like to clarify. The turning radius, which you see right at the end of the property, is actually described there for a vehicle which is not a compact vehicle. It's a vehicle which measures 15 foot 6 inches. It's the equivalent of a Tesla Model X or a Range Rover that can turn and maneuver that. So it's not a compact condition. This is a description of the sort of a fire access, which we've cleared both with the fire marshal and the deputy fire marshal. Initially, when we presented this project, we had a 12-foot 6 clear access for the fire truck. We've increased it to 14 foot based on advice. Another thing I should clarify is that the carports which project off the building are not cantilevers. They're actually supported by struts that are tied back onto the building, but it does keep them column free so that there's a sort of a flexibility. And 9 foot 6 in most worlds is a full-size parking space. So we're not really providing, our parking spaces are 24 foot by 9 foot 6 instead of 10 foot. In any kind of world, that's a full-size parking stall. In terms of the insides of the project, I just want to remind you about some of the qualities. This is the typical sort of floor plan with the ground floor, with this courtyard, which is sort of like the traditional courtyard. You go upstairs and you have 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, and it's really about outdoor living. So the entire glass is a triple track slider that opens the whole living space out into the court. And this is sort of the quality of life in these houses. And the kitchen slides out into the yard with an outdoor barbecue possibility. This is a view of the courtyard, looking back into the house itself. And the whole idea of the landscape is actually to base it on the kind of agrarian character of this part of California. So everything is edible. The fig trees, the grapevines, all the plant material will be farm-like. Chris, you want to say
There were 3 key features excuse me, we wanted to include in the planting design for this project. Edible planting, seasonal interest, and low water use. At the street entrance, we have a bosque of 6 persimmon trees. Let me through there. So actually, okay, back to there. That's the tree at the top and the center, which have a beautiful fall color. Beneath the trees, we have a mass planting of the deep purple lavender grosso. Each unit has 2 fig trees of differing varieties in the backyard, and a deer fence along the back property line is planted with a variety of edible grapes. For the driveway, we're proposing True Grid. It's a system of circular plastic rings that hold gravel and provide an aesthetically pleasing permeable paving system. That's shown there as well. So, thank you.
I just wanted to make another point about the idea of, or the need to move the Victorian. One of the key things about making these courtyards livable is that they oriented south. And so in order to make that happen, we've put the road on the north. And to give the clearest access and to also use the Victorian as a way to screen the new development, we move it so that it's given this sort of southern exposure. This sort of idea of outdoor living is very much also part of the typology of early buildings in Sonoma, and this is an exact replica of one of these early buildings and the way they relate to the exterior. So that on both levels you have this connection between the living spaces and the outdoor space, which is quite different from the typical kind of porch, which is a kind of tiny little element related to the street or a rear yard. Here instead, the whole kind of extent of the building is connected to the outside. The historic building, in both of our HRE reports, agree that it's movable, that its context is not, or its historical quality is not a condition of its context. So the slight shifting of the building 23 feet onto a new foundation, which facilitates the process of sort of reconstruction of a more stable building, is also part of the reality of moving it. And again, the streetscape and the kind of unchanged quality. The buildings are going to be arrayed with photovoltaics on their roof, which is part of the idea of really a much more responsive environmental kind of building. And essentially the whole idea of the project is about this idea of downsizing, of providing quality and livability in a more compact and economical form, which I think is a responsibility that all of us should take on in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Stanley.
Sorry, just my kids are ready to go to bed. So I'm just going to speak not about the code or anything, but more about the love of this project.
Can I have your name, please?
Yes, my name is Jessica Cuneo. This is my first time speaking at a planning commission meeting, so I appreciate the honor, and I'm happy to be here. I know a lot of these faces. Anyway, it's hard to come up after such an amazing speaker who has such incredible architecture and, obviously love and integrity for design. But I really want to speak to the importance, I think, of this project for Sonoma. I think we need more housing for families. My family's been here, my husband's family's been here forever, for over 100 years. And I think, Sonoma's becoming a community of places where families can't live. And I really think that this is the integrity behind the project. I believe that there's been a lot of thought into the project. I also think that if we continue to put up barriers to developers that are willing to pour their heart and soul into projects like these, and we put up barriers, it's going to deter them and make them go elsewhere. And I don't know, that's about all I can say. Anyway, I think it's a great project, and I hope the Planning Commission sees its value. I think you do. I understand there's a code, but maybe, there's ways to get around that. Anyway, that's all I'll say. I gotta go put my kids to bed.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mario Aliotto. I live within 200 feet of this current project. I live at 1130 Beasley Way here in Sonoma, and I have some concerns about the project. And the first one and foremost is the number of exceptions you're making. Because if you make exceptions for this group, then who's to say you don't make exceptions for the East Napa group or the one at Clay and Broadway? That's going to be an even bigger project. Parking is a big issue in our area. On Broadway, you do have a Dale Harrison Middle School. You do have the high school, and on school days, you have a lot of people on that street. If you're not going to, they can't park on one side of on the east side of Broadway at all. They have to park on the west side to pick up their children. That's a big concern of mine. Yes, the emergency vehicle is okay, but I've been in a situation where you have to get an ambulance into an area where it's really tight, and it's impossible for those things to get in and out of those areas. It really is. I've had heart stuff, and that's when an ambulance comes down, you got to get people out of the way, and it's really hard for a compact area. Where the garbage is going to be located, we do have vermin, we do have raccoons in that area because I live on the other side of the project, and when you have garbage there, it attracts a lot of different things on the backside. So my neighbors who live back there are going to have much more concern about raccoons and things like that. I'm worried about the future developments that are going to be on Clay and Broadway, adding to more congestion. And That, and then I heard that they're compact parking spaces. They're not full, big, long parking spaces. Is that true? That's what I've heard.
The dimension of the width is the issue, not the length.
Okay. So, and before that, those are the ones I have the concerns I have. The exceptions are my preference, because if you start doing it for one, you got to make it for everybody else. I know it's important for housing, but there's Clay and Broadway is going to have a huge development down in the next several years, from what I've heard. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Fred Allebach, 19550 8th Street East. My compliments to Christina for an impressive, strong staff report. Looks like a nice project to me. I wouldn't mind living there. I like the things the architect said. I'm concerned that a lot of the projects that are happening in town are predominantly market rate and in a known area median income housing crisis. And so the project description in the staff report said that it was workforce housing. And I'm wondering on what basis that's being quantified by the developer. I think the real basis for workforce housing is the area median income metrics, which is from the Community Development Commission in the county. So I think it's important to know what the price point of the units is, and to quantify what they said was attainable prices or economical. And so if they can't say, then you can't say that it's workforce housing. So I think that at least my point is that if there's no way to quantify that, then that should be stricken from the staff report, and it shouldn't be said that it's those things. So for 120% AMI, I believe the affordable price point is $400,000. So if that's what it's supposed to be for affordable housing for first-time buyers, then I would expect that the unit price would be $400,000 or maybe less. So that's the upper end of what's workforce housing. So the planned development, I noticed that this project said something about doesn't include affordable housing. It shall not be granted on the basis of maximizing development potential. Not quite sure where I'm not quite prepared with that, but it meets identified housing needs, well-designed, affordable units, meets so if the code says those things in your approval, how could those things then be overridden by other things? So I think those things are at least important to me. So, and then the city's own inclusionary ordinance is 120% AMI, so that the affordable unit would be for somebody who is making more than the median income. So I would suggest to the developer that they maybe consider co-housing and selling the units ahead of time, and so that could reduce the possible price of the units by 15-20%. So that's a possible way to get them affordable. And those are I'm concerned about the workforce housing, and that the PR on that is accurate.
Thank you, Fred.
And again, thank you for allowing this. My name is Alma Faust. I am the owner of the property to the south, and you're singing my song with your graphics. I would be welcome and be agreeable to a joint driveway, which would then prevent the need to move the house from one location to another. And I am currently involved in the lifting of a house on East Napa, where the house is being lifted and a new foundation put underneath. By flip-flopping, your last name is?
Barbos.
Barbo. By flip-flopping the project, that would allow a driveway wide enough for an ambulance or a fire truck to go down to what I have on the back of my property, what I believe to be as a historic barn. And by using the design that is current, I'm not sure even how wide a driveway I would have to And I think, are there some problems with the level of the land in the back that need to be raised or addressed about water flow or drainage and so forth? Anyhow, these are a few of the concerns I have. My son Bruce, who lives here in Petaluma, or who lives here in Petaluma as well, would probably like to speak to you as well. Thank you.
Can I get your name again, ma'am?
Alma Faust, F-A-U-S-S.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's George Bevan. I have my architecture practice on the plaza upstairs here, and I've been a resident since 2003. I was going to talk about a lot of other things and get into technical aspects and everything about the project, and how I'm a big fan of Stanley's and have walked his buildings before and things like that. But sort of wanted to express my compassion of staff and the decision making of the balance between, I think, a tricky site. You know, we've all driven down Broadway, and it's skinny and deep, you know, and balanced with a really creative, great, thoughtful design process to consider orientation, to consider the occupant, you know, who's going to buy these things and their quality of life. I, you know, take into consideration code every day, but, you know, there's a walkability aspect down Broadway, that we can go to Farmers Market. I live out on Peru, so it's a longer walk for me, but, you know, I think just the need, you know, I have 3 kids at St. Francis. I'd like our community to, you know, maybe attract other younger families and next generation, if you will. Not even to rule out even my parents looking for a place to downsize as well. So walkability down Broadway for them would be fantastic. And so I just wanted to say, you know, I appreciated Stanley's presentation, and you know, good luck with the project. I'll keep my ear to the ground on it and wish you guys luck. So,
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Brandon Jorgensen. I'm an architect next door in Napa, California. I'm here on behalf of Stanley and the developer and the team. I think I was a little surprised to find that 1211 Broadway hasn't been approved yet. In my opinion, as an architect, naturally I'm biased to an awesome project, and also a citizen of wine country where downsizing is kind of a topic of late. And also workforce housing is important, as we've all reiterated. The reasons outlined by the planning department, from what I can tell, seem to be obstructions that can be easily remedied. Workforce housing shouldn't be a series of better nor worse architectural decisions prescribed by a legal code. Rather, I think it should be a dignified response to the California lifestyle and living in Sonoma. 1211 Broadway will set a precedent for smart, dignified, and sophisticated design that is a response to opportunities that I believe would otherwise lack vision and or authenticity to a specific place like Sonoma. In my opinion, this project possesses a sublime unity with its context, subsuming part and whole, revealing different aspects of a dominating image, and suggesting a character of almost natural inevitability, meaning that it ties into the natural vernacular in a modern reinterpretive way. Through a marvelous and bespoke abstraction, the materials, details, and spaces, and the forms reveal a clear hierarchy of intentions. Parameters typically are set forth in the code for safety, health, and welfare, as we all know. Sometimes these parameters are meant to protect. Rather, in this instance, I feel like they're prohibiting. We should leave an ability for beauty and a clear potential of the property. For instance, just one example, the drive and access on this long, narrow site should fit the proportions of the property while allowing proper protection. There are many examples in not only Sonoma County and Napa County where 12-foot wide driveways and pullouts with 150 feet are completely acceptable. I think the density on this site is not something that would dictate a 14-foot wide drive and or pullouts at every 40 feet. This stipulation, in my opinion, is illogical. However, we're stuck with the code sometimes. Last paragraph, I'll be done in a minute here. Just in summary, I think that each generation poses different questions. Stanley was my professor at Berkeley, and now I'm a young practicing architect. And as we grow and evolve, sometimes the codes evolve and sometimes they change. We all have our different problems to solve, and we also see things the same and different as these progressions evolve. So if we see buildings and styles differently, and we're open to one another's opinion, we might come together on a conclusion that's clear. There is sort of an accumulation, therefore, of a historical layer as prototypes, which are reinterpreted.
I'm going to have to ask you to wind it up, please.
I'm winding up. When a style possesses a prodigious power of abstraction, it becomes a tool of transforming precedent. And I think in this instance, the architecture and the code could work together to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Hi, my name is Catherine Wilkins. I'll make this quick. I just wanted to come tonight and just support the project because I live in Sonoma, I work in Sonoma, I have kids in Sonoma, and I feel like affordable housing is definitely an issue, and a project like this that's had a lot of thought put into it, and you know, I don't know anything about the codes or anything like that. I just know that housing has been an issue for us in this town, and I just hope to see and continue to support projects like this that are working and putting a lot of thought into more affordable housing units. So just wanted to throw my 2 cents in. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, I'm Gregory Good. I moved to Sonoma 4 years ago. I lived in San Francisco for a short time, and I lived in Manhattan for 25 years. I moved here because I had 3 kids, and I spent a lot of time photographing architecture around the world, photographing the Pritzker Award winners for Vanity Fair. And you guys are missing a huge opportunity if you don't take the project and you know, like have something thoughtful, not a Tuscanoma kind of construction that we've seen so much of. I'd move into it.
Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Marilyn Good, and I know some of you, and I would seriously take Fred's warning that this project is really all what it is, because I think I love the project, and I think it's very admirable. I'd like to see it higher. I'd like to see no parking at all. I'd like to see some radical changes in this town and begin to realize that we need to have more people without cars, no automobiles. We're going to figure something out very soon, and that all this parking area and all that is very obsolete. So that's my opinion, and maybe when you look through your solar ball and the poor old planners over here, who I don't know that new, wonderful new planner we have, but I love his necktie. Flattery will get him nowhere. But anyway, thank you for listening. And I think this wonderful new spirit who struggles from far away, he's really our enemy. And but we need to embrace him and his an acute architect from England. Anyway, that's my. But really consider, we really can't. We got to go denser, higher, 4 stories. What's the problem? just do it beautifully. And this is the beginning of trying to do something beautiful. If anybody can afford to live in these houses. So.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Yeah, Bruce Faust, also 1221 Broadway, own the property there. We have.
Excuse me, did you give your name?
Bruce.
Bruce
Faust.
Thank you very much.
Yes. We have the property just south to the development. We have just to the south of us. That was an old map you guys had. There's currently we have 8 backyards on our south side. Creating this project would give us an additional 6 backyards. We are interested in some sort of a development in the future to do some more infill, but not right at this time. So, but we were in favor of it as well. We're interested if they flip the property project around. We'd be much more interested. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call. Seeing no one else, I will close the public comment and bring it back to the commission. Yeah. I think we're calling for a break.
Well, maybe if it's just me, yeah. Sorry. We've been going at it for about an hour and a half. I just wanted to know if that was an appropriate time.
We can take a 5-minute recess.
Thanks.
Anything you guys need? Thanks.
I want your card. I'm a developer as well.
Oh, really? That's where
I live in San Francisco.
Where do you live?
Pardon me?
Where do you live in the city?
On Pacific Avenue, Standard Pier.
Yeah, I'm in the city, and I've done other buildings there.
Well, I've got something, we have an acre of land down below the general hospital, on the town.
Well, no, the house right here, that's not the issue.
So do you think a couple things? Do you think we should bring up the parking lot?
Let's just hear how it starts.
Do you think Abe should talk? I mean, he should bring up the whole.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
I think he should talk. I think we should hold.
I will.
It's going to be my first
still figuring out the details of it, but that's definitely something to come and sit down and discuss a little bit and provide some space for the hogs. Sure. I appreciate that. Well, thank you for your feedback.
Yeah, it looks like you have a nice architect here.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you. I'm going to call him.
129.75, what you're talking about. You've really gotten good.
Can I ask it? Oh.
Were you the landscape architect? So you're going to do Fuyu or Hayashi?
We could mix them up, actually, yeah.
They're both messy.
They are, yeah.
And so are figs.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
Very true.
you know, for people that don't like figs, they're going to squish them and walk them into the living room. I mean, to me, it's an iffy.
It's so cold in here.
Well,
I know.
I don't know.
I agree.
And we're not tied to the initiative.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting cold.
The fig trees get big, depending on the variety.
They do, but they take
But they're kind of rampant growth. They're odd trees.
They are. They're not vertical.
They do it. The birds coming in, eat them when they ripe. I love
As I said, we're open. So, you know, I mean, it could be, I think it could be interesting to have, you know, each person decide what they want. As long as
I think Fuyus are better than Hayashis. Hayashis have to sit on the tree
for so long.
for so long.
Yeah, and then they're beautiful.
Fuyus,
That's the thing. It's like when they're hanging there.
I know, they look like ornaments.
Yeah.
They're quite wonderful.
Larry, we're watching the Zucchini race.
Yeah, what are you watching? Yeah, I know. It's over though. Like 1 second left. Yeah, they lost by 2 points.
Yes, yes. Oh, they were good friends.
But Nicaragua has like a revolution there, and so this is going to move to Mexico, South San Diego.
I think he worked with contractors and doing, yeah.
So what are you doing with the lift up there?
Well, the house had been sinking and so none of the doors were aligned.
I hope this didn't change everyone's mood now.
Okay.
Going to call the meeting back to order, please.
Yeah, I got some points.
Christina, did you?
My turn?
Yep.
All right, I would just like to take an opportunity to give an opportunity for some of our consultants and the applicant's consultants to have a moment to speak. They were very patient waiting through the public comment period, and we let everybody go watch the end of the game. And I would like to invite, who wants to go first? You guys want to fight? Yeah.
So technically, I'm going to reopen the public hearing and allow you to speak, and then I also have a request from the applicant to have one of their people
Yeah,
speak
we'll
briefly.
let the applicant go first.
Oh.
This is the person
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Abe Leader. I'm with Rincon Consultants. We're a multidisciplinary environmental consulting firm in California. And at the applicant's request, we did prepare a Class 32 exemption report, which is a report that provides support for whether the Class 32 exemption is applicable to the project. So what we do in our report is we present the project description, discuss the context and CEQA we're working within, which your planner, Ms. Tierney, explained to you already earlier. Went through the impact questions of the Class 32, which revolve around traffic, air quality, noise, and water quality. And we went through that analysis and did not find any significant impacts in our draft. So those should be taken care of from the perspective that we looked at them in this report. Then we also went through the exceptions to the exemptions that you also heard about earlier, and also found that none of those exceptions apply, so that the Class 32 exemption could apply to the project. That report is still in draft form and it's under review by your staff. And I know there's some issues that we discussed earlier about historic resources and code consistency that are going to play into the final draft of that report, if there is eventually one. And so that is the status of our analysis at this time. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question. The issue we were discussing earlier, how there it says in order to qualify for this exemption, it has to be consistent with general plan designation, general plan policies, as well as all applicable zoning designation and regulations. And so those issues outside the plan development permit that we're sort of struggling with, how did you come to that conclusion?
We did a higher level look at zoning and ordinance and policy consistency, where we look at the basic restrictions and allowances of the zone district and the general plan designation and found them consistent there. We also looked at the exceptions in light of the PD zone and what it would allow. There were some nuances there that we're still working out with staff, so we maybe didn't get all of them, and that's a discussion that's ongoing because, as I said, the report's in draft form. So that is going to play into what revisions might be required, and we'll see.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'll just talk briefly here. My name is Stacy Kozakevich. I work for Page and Turnbull in San Francisco. I worked with the team who conducted the peer review of the first historic resource evaluation that was done by Alice Duffy. We agreed with Alice Duffy's evaluation that the cottage is eligible for the California Register under what's called Criterion 3 for its architectural character. We also agreed that, in theory, the project will not potentially cause a substantial adverse change to the significance of a historical resource. What that means under CEQA is if any effect on the resource causes it to lose those aspects of its character which contribute to its significance. And so in this case, the aspects of the cottage that contribute to its significance are things like, simple architectural details, the front porch, the hipped roof, the original windows, and the current door. And so all of those aspects need to remain intact. Moving the cottage in and of itself, the simple fact of it being in a different place isn't necessarily going to impact the significance of the cottage. What the applicant needs, though, to assure in moving the cottage is that it can, in all of its and all of its character-defining features, can be maintained intact throughout the process of the move. And so in our analysis of the materials submitted, we did not yet see a structural engineering evaluation and excessively detailed information about what the plan would be to record before the move, the condition of all of those exterior features. The evaluations that were done were architectural history evaluations about significance and style and how that ties into Sonoma's past. They weren't conditions reports. And so that is something that has yet to be completed to evaluate what the status is of all of those little pieces of trim, of the porch on the front and the railings and the posts. What do we need to do to solidify that and to protect that so that when it is moved, if it is moved, and it is rehabilitated to its historic appearance, that all of those features are maintained. And so it's the move, buildings can be moved. Buildings are moved all of the time. It just needs to be done in a thorough and careful way to ensure the integrity of this resource is maintained.
Okay, any questions?
I have a question. Is there any sort of like standard or for the justification of a move, for example? Like, for example, 2 parcels to the south of here used to sit the Marcy house, which is right behind us now. And they moved that because I believe they built 20 units of affordable housing. So the justification was moving is preferable to demolition, but we're having 20 affordable units. I assume they've moved historic buildings before because they wanted to build a subway or a freeway or some sort of great public good. Are you saying it's preferable to keep it where it is, but it's okay to move? Or are you saying that doesn't have anything to do with it?
Yeah, I mean, in any case, the less potential for inadvertent damage to an historical resource is going to be a preferable solution. If you do not need to move a historic property from its original location, you should explore as many alternatives as possible. When you're evaluating the significance of a resource, you go through the process of looking at, for the California Register, for example, 4 different qualities, whether it's associated with important events or themes in history, important people in history, architectural significance, or a potential for information. After, if you find a property to be potentially significant under one of those criteria, then it needs to have integrity. And the aspects of integrity we look at include location. And so when you are moving a building, it is potentially detrimental to the integrity of that building in its ability to express its historical significance if it is no longer in the same location as it was first constructed. You look at location, setting, design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association, all of these factors in evaluating whether a property keeps that historic integrity. Moving under, for the purposes of the California Register, as Christina mentioned, you can make a justification that a building might not lose its integrity of location if it has been moved to avoid demolition. And there aren't, though, strict guidelines for what actually justifies legitimate worry of demolition versus something that is more optional or based on large-scale planning decisions or property owner preferences. That specific decision is not well outlined.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Steve.
I was going to have to come back to this question with staff, but this may be something that you could help on as well. Early, I don't know if you've been here all throughout this whole
For this property,
discussion.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, earlier on, we saw a screen that had a number of bullet points, and one of them said, basically, you can only move an historic structure if you're trying to avoid demolition. And then right below that, it said, this one isn't being moved to avoid demolition. And then I said, well, how can you move it? So I'm still stuck on this point.
You can move a structure if you can demonstrate that it is not going to remove its historic integrity. Now, this move is fairly minor. This move is on the same property. It is technically within the same setting. And so moving this cottage, for instance, to the square of downtown Sonoma. Would be a totally inappropriate move, regardless of the kind of, the physical toll on the building. In the case of this particular building, the potential for impact from the move has more to do with the structural soundness of the building and the maintenance of its physical features than the actual change of location.
So if I'm hearing you right, then the prohibition against moving, if it's not to avoid demolition, is simply a preference.
Yes.
And that your concern as an expert in this area would be with, can it be done without damaging the significant features of the building?
That's correct. Is this, the receiver site, the setting you're moving it into, compatible with the historic nature of the building? The setting is going to change with the proposed project. However, the setting of the house has already changed significantly since the time that it was built in the over 100 years. The neighborhood is not the same agriculturally focused neighborhood, just outside the outskirts of town that it was when this cottage was built. And so that setting change is not going to further diminish something that's already not really well maintained. It is the concern with the move is really the physical integrity of the building.
Thanks.
Which can be, if that can be documented to be, if it's documented to be feasible and it's planned in advance and demonstrated that appropriate care will be taken to move the building in a responsible and successful way, then the integrity will be maintained.
Commissioner Barnett.
Further question, and this is something staff could respond to as well. And I'm not suggesting this, but the owner of this property could have applied for a demolition permit to demolish this building, right? In other words, there's nothing about its historic nature which prohibits an application being made for its demolition.
That application would not likely be.
So the action to demolish it would be discretionary.
Mm-hmm.
CEQA would apply. The demolition itself would be a significant impact,
Mm-hmm.
and they would likely have to do an environmental impact report to demolish the house.
Okay, thank you.
One final brief question. So what happens if everything is documented and everything is approved and accepted, et cetera, and then during the move, it doesn't work or it falls apart, or what happens at that point?
They restore it to its previous condition.
And they are required to?
If they have provided the documentation that their plan is to move the building to a new location and to restore it to a specific condition, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just say something to that effect? In terms of moving the house, so obviously we're not just getting movers to move it, we've hired a company who strictly does historical moves, and that's their livelihood. They've won awards for it, and when the gentleman, Phil, who talked to Christina, discussed the process, and what I mentioned earlier, we're lifting this house anyways. We have to lift it up to redo the foundation. So moving it 23 feet is, although, it's a move, it's a very, very minor process for them. I mean, they move houses across rivers and drastic locations. And his explanation to me was we just did a project, I forget where he was mentioning it, it was a water bottle on top of the fireplace and it didn't fall during the whole move. So this is what their profession is and this is what they do. So lifting it up, which we're going to have to do anyways, and moving it 23 feet has very, very little impact. And they will obviously explain the exact process and the details of what's going to go into that. And this is what they do. So I just wanted to kind of clarify that and make sure you're aware that this is not just done by some random movers. We're hiring professionals to do it, and this is their level of expertise.
Thank you.
Thanks.
One other point about that. The way we're moving it is actually allowing the possibility that a new foundation is created to minimize the actual work underneath the existing house. And then, so we haven't finished all the technical details. We haven't done construction documents, even though, You know, like sometimes I feel like this building could have already been built with the amount of documentation. But, you know, basically we're moving it so that we can build another foundation and then slide it onto a new foundation. So there's benefits that the moving can have as well in terms of being able to minimize the impact on the existing building. And we've done many of these types of projects in the past, and we've never had, I mean, you can fix, if there's damage, like something falls off, you fix it. You know, you can fix a car when it's smashed in bits. I mean, people restore things, and that's our intention. And we also are trying to restore it to its original conditions. So the kind of tacky porch that was added on in the back, which gives a little bit of extra square footage, we've decided to take off so that, you know, the building is more intact as it originally was.
Thank you. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing again and back to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm going to just make some general comments with implications that I would like to have the commission take up as a whole, perhaps. But first, I want to start by asking the applicant a very specific question. Give me a range of what the selling price of these units is going to be.
So it's going to be, we have one affordable housing, which is going to be what the rate is, and the rest are going to range from the mid 5s to 7s. Which, in comparison, I mean, if you compare to everything being built in Sonoma, you're not going to find a development like this where you can buy it for the 500, 600 range. It's just not there. So, and that's why I was mentioning there's a lot of track houses and there's a lot of like traditional buildings, because that's the only way to be able to get anywhere close to that. And we're trying to create something that's different but still be lower than those price points.
I'm
Okay,
going to
thank
have
you.
to ask you to finish, because I don't want to open the public hearing again.
Okay, so I think the general comment I want to make is that the challenge any architect or designer has, or any artist for that matter, is trying to work within the constraints of the medium. In other words, a canvas is a particular size, or even the Sistine Chapel was of specific dimensions and form. And so the talent and the artistry of a creative architect or artist is what can be done within the realities of the constraints. Now, the constraint on this property is that it's narrow. I happen to live on a 50-foot wide lot on the east side of town, and so I know what it's like to be on a narrow lot. It's not as long as yours, but it's half the length of yours, and it definitely had an impact on the way we were able to work with that property. I think I'm concerned about the number of exceptions that are being asked for here, and I'm looking for some way to reduce those. And so I think a number of options have occurred to me. One that you've rejected is to flip the project and be able to share a driveway, and I understand the reasons for that have to do with the southern exposure and so forth. I do think that there might be a consideration that could be made to not flip the project, but to actually move the project north, create the entrance through the garden, so that the garden becomes the entryway. Because frankly, to have the entrance of the building on the streetscape where the cars are parking and all the rest of it, to me, reinforces the unusability of that space. I mean, it's basically going to be a driveway. And so to have the entrance of each unit facing the cars and the driveway is perhaps typical of the way we do some things in terms of treating cars and parking and houses. But actually, in this particular case, if you've got a willing neighbor to the south, which it appears you do with the Fauces, to look at some kind of shared driveway here, actually moving the entire project, the width of the current roadway to the north, because the project to the north is frankly better off being the back of the project, because looking out on the street and seeing what's going in to the north of you, to me, once again, isn't the most attractive sight in the world. And then if there is a way, and I can't figure that out for you, to just reconfigure the entry on the garden side in some fashion, have the parking on the opposite side of this fence, which you want to plant with the grapes, on the other side. I once again, there's issues of the covering, and it gets complicated in that respect. But I think that all of a sudden it eliminates the issues of the emergency vehicles having to get in there and turn around. You may be able to get a car to turn around in the configuration you've got, but you're never going to get a fire engine to turn around. And incidentally, if an ambulance is called, the fire department also comes axiomatically. So you get two vehicles coming, the ambulance and the fire truck. And that's just the reality of the way it gets done. The other notion that occurred to me is, what is the average number of cars that a single family unit or single family home has? I live in a single family home with my wife. At present time, it may not go on forever, we have two vehicles. She has things to do, I have things to do. I think there's the opportunity perhaps here, and this is throwing a kind of left field idea to you that I've heard at one of our housing forum discussions, which is incorporating a car share modality in your project. So when someone buys one of these units, they're also buying a share of the car share. And you end up, rather than having vehicles that are sitting unused for 90% of the day, you end up with vehicles that are shared by the residents, and it's just available. Everybody has access to them, and they use them to go to the market, and then they come back and somebody else can use it. And I think this is going to be a trend, and I'd love to see it become a trend for the future, because there's too much investment in cars and parking and streets. And I think you're going to end up with a lot of two-vehicle families if you don't do something like that. The last thing I'll throw out is, what would be the effect on all these exceptions if one unit were eliminated? It would change your lot size potential, your lot coverage potential where you're out of compliance. It would let you adjust, in theory, some of the other issues that have come up, such as the additional parking or larger parking space availability. I'm curious. I know it would reduce the profitability of the project, but you'd have some less investment as well. Your land cost wouldn't change, but the unit cost would you wouldn't have to build as many units, and it may be that the elimination of a unit for a parcel this size would allow you to retain 95% of the aesthetic of the project without triggering all of these exceptions that we're going to have to rule on. And I think whoever it was in the audience raised this issue. It's how do I put this? Approvals of projects like this become partly a matter of politics and the message that gets delivered. And if the message that gets delivered by this commission is that our regulations and our development code standards are so inapplicable to 21st century solutions to housing, which may be the case, which is why we're going to do a review of our development code and our general plan, because things have changed and the standards have changed. But I think it would be unfortunate to send the message out there that we're going to give you permission because we really like the design and the aesthetic that you've created and the intention of this project. And another guy comes along with something that's a little more ordinary. Let's even say very ordinary. And he asks for a lot of exceptions. On what basis are we going to say no? It's going to be politically difficult. And so I do have some sensitivity to that. I think the fact that you've got a neighbor willing to the south and the Fauses have clearly indicated a willingness to talk about figuring out a way to share this space, I think is an opportunity not to be wasted. And I would very, very seriously consider what redesign implications there might be to incorporate a shared space. Thank you.
Who wants to go? Anyone else? You want to go, Jim?
Thank you for your presentation. I was, at the first meeting, I was really taken with the design of this, and I still am. It's very, very exciting. Good architecture is aesthetic. Does it look interesting? And I think we need some things in this town that complement the historic nature of the town, the quality of the town, but not mimic it, and not try to imitate it either. And I think it's impressionistic. It suggests something. And a fine architect that I worked with on a project for a couple of years it gave me some ideas on how to evaluate architecture. And it came from this Latin scholar, who you architects probably know, Vitruvius. And he said that good architecture has three characteristics: firmness, commodity, and delight. And I took that to heart, and I think that way sometimes about architecture I look at. And I think I had that reaction when I saw your project designs and drawings. It has firmness of design. It has delight in the design. It's a very, very interesting project. And the commodity part, I think, is what is the livability of it. And your interior shots with the high ceilings and open space, the second floor, and that delightful two-story glass looking out over the outside portion to give you the inside out. We've been through that, but I think it's a wonderful design, the residential portion. On the other hand, we have a lot of disconnect in the description of how the vehicle access is going to work, and the parking and the egress and ingress. And that's not delightful to me, and it's not commodious. It doesn't match the excitement and flair of the residential units. And I think that there's some very tough issues, for me at least, and perhaps for some of the commissioners to be able to accept in that regard in the traffic element of it. Particularly the coverage issue. That's something that is going to be very difficult for me to, as far as I can tell, I'm precluded from getting involved in changing the coverage issues. That's a really big issue. And I'm not an architect. I think it would be presumptuous of me to try to redesign this thing, but perhaps as one of the ideas that Commissioner Barnett came up with was maybe you need to reduce one of the units to give you space for the driveway and the parking. I can't see that these spaces could ever be compact. That's a rule out of the commercial bag of tricks. I think the parking's got to be adequate, and I think maybe the standard mix of sizes has got to be there. The width of the driveway and the parallel parking really creates a congestion. I just can't imagine that it's going to be convenient for the people that buy those units and live in them every day to be zigging and zagging around the parking spaces. I think the driveway's got to be bigger. I live in a shared driveway on First Street, just down the street, 4 houses. I think it's 20 feet wide. It works pretty well, $2.99. But it also appears that the turnaround at least as far as I can see from the drawings, presentations, I know there's a difference of opinion here, but it doesn't look to me like the turnaround is going to work. A lot of people in town like pickup trucks. A lot of people have big SUVs. I like to have one of each, if I could. I don't have parking for it. But, so that's really my dilemma. I think you have a wonderful design, and I sure hope it goes there. I think it's a great addition to town. But I think the automobile service needs to be fixed in some way. Thank you.
Can I respond to this?
No.
Oh, you're saying no.
I don't, where am I? What's the question?
You can't, he can't ask you a question.
No,
Yeah,
not
okay.
ask a question. Can I respond?
No.
So I love this design. I said that before, and I do love it. And I don't know you at all. I don't know any of you, but boy, if I could hire an architect to design my dream house, I know who I'd be calling. And actually, many architects that I really admire here in town admire you, and that really speaks a lot for me as well. Love the project, would love to see it happen. I really agree with Marilyn that we need to get away from cars. I lived 10 years in Asia. When I lived in Tokyo, I drove a scooter with my 2-year-old daughter on the front of it and a bumblebee helmet. And that worked just fine. But we don't have the opportunities in Sonoma to get away with that. And that's where I'm struggling. I would love to see us get away from cars, but we're not there yet. So if we're building these places for today, we still have to accommodate the car. I don't mind the lot size. I don't really worry at all about the side setbacks. I do worry about the setbacks related to the neighbors because we don't want to have the neighbors suffering the impact for the building there. It is a tricky lot, but it was tricky when you bought it. So that hasn't changed. I love that the neighbors are offering to be synergistic with the driveway, whether it's the Fauces to the south or the neighbors to the north. That ability to synergize between your neighbors is such an opportunity. And if there's a way to make that happen, I do love math. So I just did a little calculation here that if you were able to share the driveway with the Fauces, they've got a 10-foot driveway, I think it is, and then you would have 10 feet. You would actually shave 4 feet off your 300-foot stretch, which is 1,200 square feet, which is 8.1% in site coverage. So that's kind of cool. I mean, if we could do something like that, we're getting our site coverage down from, 77% or 76%, I think it is, to 69%. So that's an improvement. I'd love to see that explored. I do think the parking space, the width, I have a Honda CRV, that'd fit. I also have a Ford F-250 dually, that's not going to fit. I recognize that. And people are going to choose that property by what suits them. And somebody's not going to buy that property if they have a car collection. That's just not who's going to buy it. So, and if they're concerned about the parking space, they're not going to buy that. So that I can get around, except we don't have the ability within our development code to ignore site coverage, parking space with parallel parking in front of the building, driveway width, or vehicle turnaround. So I'm handicapped there. Like, if our code doesn't allow that, we're handicapped on that piece. Following up on Commissioner Barnett, the 20% affordable housing, right now we don't have that, we have 16%. But if you did go to 5 units, you would only need to have one would be the affordable housing, and that would be the front unit. So that would solve that variance problem, as well as giving us less site coverage and less need for parking. And if we're synergistic with the neighbors, it kind of all starts to get more to a place where it might be something that our code would allow. So I'm really curious about that piece as well. Historic house and not moving it is best was the comment. Moving it 23 feet is not worst. Moving it across town is far worse. So I definitely see that there's the best case, there's the worst case, and what you're offering right now is neither, but is probably closer to best than worst because it's only 23 feet. price point, I'm not a contractor, but I do think that the prices are going to be a lot higher than what you're expecting, just because construction costs around here, especially post-fires, is a lot higher than that. We're not seeing construction happen under $400 a square foot. So I do see that the price point is probably going to be a little higher than that. So doing what we can to keep them in the affordable category is great. The size is wonderful. Love the downsizing. That's just fabulous. But I guess my key comments would be if you can do something synergistic with the neighbors, if you could reduce one unit, that would cover a lot of our issues that we're dealing with. And I have a question for Christina. Site coverage, if the driveway is a permeable material, like a turf block, does that still count as site coverage?
Yeah, the language in the code for site coverage, it's area for vehicle movement. It doesn't specify permeable or non-permeable. We do still have a potential issue with the turf block and ADA compliance as well. So that issue still needs to be flushed out. A good portion of the driveways in the right of way. And so it would be required to be ADA compliant, and I don't believe the turf block is.
So anything that we can do to reduce not only the driveway to be synergistic, but also if we can reduce the length in some way, like, I don't know. Luckily, Stanley's a great architect and I'm not, but those are the things that I would love to see. I really like this project a lot. I just need it to be approvable for us. I need to see that we reduce the site coverage, that we have. If we can't get away with reducing the parking space, if we don't have the ability to do that, then we have to come up with a plan where we have 10 feet width instead of 9 feet 6 inches in the parallel parking issue. But there's some opportunities, and I really applaud the neighbors for stepping up and saying that they would be open to a discussion. And you've got an equally deep lot, and there could be some really fabulous opportunities to work together. Thank you.
Steve?
I really don't have a whole lot new to add to what the commissioners have said. From my viewpoint, the architecture is so innovative and fresh that it's seductive. And it makes us want to not look at the problems with this project, but there are problems with this project. There's things about it that we just can't overlook, but you keep wanting us to overlook them. You keep telling us how this is the next century. Let's get with the future. Don't be concerned with these regulations, as if we could not be concerned. But unfortunately, our job is to do this within the confines of what we can work with. And Sheila just listed the things we can't work with. But so you got to figure out a way to change that. And I like the getting rid of one unit. I think that's great. I think Larry's idea of if you could go down the south side and enter from enter through the garden. I mean, there's a way, particularly if you get rid of one unit, which I think is a really important thing, because you're still going to have one affordable. You're not, from the city policy point of view, we're not going to lose any affordable housing if you go from 6 to 5. And my view is about who's going to live here. I hate to say it, but at that price point, for those small of units, you aren't going to get young families unless they have no kids. I mean, you have kids. Look at all your kids that were here. You couldn't possibly live in one of these things. And they're just gorgeous. They're something like you'd see in Dwell magazine. But in terms of function, who's going to live there? I have a concern that these are going to become second homes. Rich people, techies from the city, are going to come up here and just snap these up for $700,000, and that'll be great. It's their weekend place in the wine country. And that is a real concern for me. They're so attractive that I don't know any way around that. But I think you need to be more, a little more family friendly in terms of site space on the site for things other than the bare minimum needed to get a car in and park it. The idea of a large vehicle who comes in not knowing, oh my God, I'm gone to visit our friends and now I can't get my double, cab pickup out of here and I have to back up onto Broadway with the school letting out. Have you tried driving down Broadway at 3:30? It's a mess. So now you're backing out this big truck, or you're back an ambulance and an ambulance, and as Larry said, and a fire truck. They're both backing out. It's just, I'm really bothered by how much you're trying to get on this property. And I realize the design is fabulous, but it doesn't overcome these problems. And I think you really need to lose one unit, shift things around a little bit, take advantage of your neighbor's offer, and rethink this project without losing the beauty and the freshness and the innovation that your architect obviously has. But I think, and it'll be a project that techies from the city may come up and use. It won't be small families. If you look at who buys what in Sonoma every week, I do, because I'm interested in this stuff and I have kids with kids, and I think they tell me they can't afford to live in Sonoma. And I look, and there are houses that families live in, and they're in Friar Creek, they're subdivisions. You could get a house over there on, if you get lucky, for 600, 700,000. But those are 3, 4 bedrooms. Those folks with a garage, with all the stuff for the bikes and the skateboards and all the stuff that comes along with kids, they're not going to be living there. I just think we need to get real about that. They are not going to be living there. So you're going to get single people, 2-income couples, or whatever, retired folks with money and want to downsize. But you're not going to get families, and it's not going to be workforce housing. I mean, you can call it that, but it's not going to be that unless it's a single teacher at the high school that can afford to pay $500,000, which they probably can't, unless it's a dual income couple. So, I mean, like I say, it's very seductive, and calling it workforce housing makes it even more so, because you've got this gorgeous project that's workforce housing. But it's really not workforce housing, and it is still a gorgeous project. You just need to tweak it a little bit to get around these things that my fellow commissioners have listed. But keep at it, and I think you're going to end up with something that works, that we all love. And one other point about the no cars. Has anyone ever tried taking public transit out of Sonoma? It's a nightmare. You can spend an hour and a half getting to Santa Rosa. Try getting to San Francisco or Oakland. People need cars around here. Most people who have decent jobs don't live here. I mean, don't work here. They have to commute out. So, you just really need to think about some of these things in relation to your project. I think you need bigger parking places, better turnarounds, and you need to get around those 3 things that Sheila listed that we can't just ignore. So, that's my thought.
Hello. So I was not participating at the last public hearing, but I wanted to first off saying that this project is innovative. The idea, the architecture is alluring, and I know there's a lot of support for it, and so we have to encourage infill housing, and also particularly these more difficult sites. There's a lot of properties that are 50 by 300 in the city, and so what we want to do is we want to encourage a really good prototype. We want to encourage planned developments if that's necessary, or standard subdivisions that comply with the code and create truly a usable and livable community for the people that reside there. And although the units themselves are attractive, both from the interior perspective and architecturally, functionality, my fellow commissioners have all said that there are some major identified issues as it relates to not only the interface between the parking and the unit, the functionality of being able to get in and out of the space, and then also particularly the number of exceptions. I am really concerned about the lack of usable open space. The courtyards appear attractive, but in reality, once everything is put into place, it could also feel confining, especially the way the 8-foot fences are set up in the courtyards. So I do have a concern about that. I would be supportive of really considering using the shared driveway that would allow for improvements to increasing open space, usability of parking and circulation, preserving the original intact location of the historic structure. And one very specific thing related to the project description has to do with the family orientation of the development. And we had a series of families that came in and a lot of children. I came from a family of 6 children. My brothers and sisters all have children. I have great nieces and nephews. And I can tell you that none of those units would be set up for any of my family. I have a lot of relatives that would love to live here. And so what I would suggest is if one of the units is reduced in number, and that one of the units might be increased to be able to actually provide a housing unit for a family. 3 bedrooms, one that may have more open space on the ground floor, might have more private usable open space. Because I really would like to see, to Commissioner Barbaros' point, is that I'm afraid that this is going to become an alcove to second homeowners and people coming from the city trying to buy a second home. And I've seen so many articles in the paper, in the Sonoma Index Tribune, about all of the IPOs that are happening in San Francisco, and we have to watch out that the whole city is going to get flooded with all of this like cash and money. And I really feel that we have to focus and laser focus our attention on these infill projects to provide some aspect to being able to provide housing for families. I agree with you, and your project description and everything seems to indicate that, but the reality is I don't see that happening. And so if we do reduce the number of units, maybe one of the units could go from a 2-unit to a 3-unit, or be redesigned so it's more functionable for, function, that's a horrible word, that's not a real word, more functioning for a family. So I would encourage you to follow some of the suggestions my commissioners have made, but also maybe create a unit that is 3 bedrooms and is truly designed for a family.
Thank you. I want to thank the developer for a great presentation. I thought, and the architect as well. I think a lot of time and effort and research and creativity has gone into this project, and I think it's very evident. We see a lot of projects come before us, and you can really tell the differences between development teams, and I think this was first rate. So I want to compliment the developer. I also want to compliment staff. I think this was an excellent staff report, and I can tell a lot of time and effort has gone into that as well. My fellow commissioners have said some amazing points thus far that I agree with, so I don't want to be repetitive, but I want to just highlight a few things. One, and we talked about this a few times during discussion thus far, I have concerns about exceptions that are requested that it doesn't strike me that we're allowed to grant. And, it's obviously a creative project. It's seductive, as Commissioner Barbaros says. Like, there's a lot going for this project, but we can't lose sight of the fact that there are just some things we can't do by law. I mean, there's a lot of things that are seductive that are illegal, and so we can't, we can't do that. In particular, site coverage. I know site coverage has been an issue for this commission going back the last few years. When you were talking about pavers and turf block and all that. We experienced that in Mockingbird at our, late January. We had about 5 meetings, I think, in January. So, we have precedent for that. We have recently been dealing with site coverage, and that's how the code reads. Now, to the staff's point, if we want to, or to the commission's point, if we want to change that moving forward, we certainly have the right to. But similar to the previous project, the lot split, we have to go through development code amendment and sequence all that. So until that happens, if it does happen, I don't know if it will, we have to follow the rules on that. And that goes into my next point about CEQA and the exemption that is requested. My reading of it, and I'm open to hearing from the consultant and from staff, but my reading of this exemption is that it has to follow the code. And the PD offers a lot of flexibility on that, and so perhaps through the PD, a lot of the requests could follow the code, but again, we have a few that fall outside that PD that, in my view, I don't think we can grant a Class 32 exemption for. And, again, don't get me started on the urbanized area, but when it comes to the required number of affordable units, it also concerns me because I think the code says specifically at least 20%, and it doesn't meet that right now. And so I think the idea earlier from various commissioners about reducing a unit, not only would you meet that affordable requirement, but it also could perhaps provide more flexibility for the previously mentioned concerns. And so I think reducing a unit is something to consider. I also, we discussed this at our first study session, but I also really would like to encourage you and to explore that shared driveway concept. The planning director discussed that at the very beginning, which seems like 3 hours ago now, and I think that there's an opportunity there that could again solve a lot of these issues. And I guess my final brief comment is, because there's so much I like about this project, and there's so much going for it, and I really hope we can get the ball over the goal line in terms of all the discussions or the comments and the concerns, and I hope everything can be resolved. The one thing that does bother me about the project, and I think Commissioner Barbo's already discussed it very well, but I just want to echo his sentiment, is this is not workforce housing. And I feel like workforce housing has become this sort of buzzword like organic or sustainable or craft. It's a marketing term. And in my reading and from some of the planning, the housing town halls we've had recently, they've talked about what is workforce housing. And, a lot of people think, I don't know if there's an exact definition, but generally it is, AMI housing between 50% and 120%. And so I don't think this is going to be workforce housing by that definition. When you consider land costs and construction costs, I don't think you're also going to be selling these for 500. I think you're pushing close to between 700 and 800, which is fine. That might be what the market is, but I just don't think it's workforce housing. I would definitely be open to more flexibility. I'm open to a lot of flexibility already, but I would definitely be open to a lot more flexibility that we legally can do if you were willing to add more units, not necessarily to the affordable pool, but there's this sort of like missing middle between 120 and 160 AMI, and I don't know I guess that's not in the code, so perhaps we can't do that yet, but I know Healdsburg does that. But if you were willing to actually guarantee this to be workforce housing, whether that's up under 120 or even 120 to 160, I would be open to more flexibility. But I just sort of want to echo the comments of the rest of the commission, and those are my points.
Thank you, Council. I first of all want to also say that I'm very impressed with the concept of this development. I think that you have gone outside of the box and come up with something that's very innovative. But I also agree with the rest of the commission that there are some major obstacles that have to be overcome before the project, I think, can move forward. And I also want to thank staff for all of the work they've done in trying to dig out all of the important issues here and all of the nuances with the code and everything else, and that's been very, very beneficial. One thing I want to, before I get into my final remarks, I want to go back to is we really haven't talked much about landscaping, and it's my understanding that this, because there are a number of trees on the property, that it has to go before the tree committee, and they have to make an assessment as to what needs to be saved and doesn't have to be saved, and what kind of replacement and everything else. So I think that's a missing link that we still have to fill in before this project is complete. And I understand it goes before the tree committee on the 20th.
Correct.
So we would, I think we're going to be moving towards continuing the item in any case, but we would look forward to that report from the tree committee as well. Just to, not to belabor it, because I certainly agree with a lot of the comments that have been made here by other commissioners, but I do have serious concerns with things like the driveway width and the parallel parking up against the building, the turnaround, the ideas with site coverage. Another major concern of mine is the lack of the sufficient numbers of inclusionary housing for a 6-unit development. So Commissioner Larry Barnett came up with some interesting and I think items that ought to be seriously considered. The shared driveway becomes part of that. The idea of moving the units to the north and entering through the gardens, I think, eliminates a lot of these concerns of mine about the driveway and the parking and everything else. And I think there's potential there, but I do agree that it seems preferable to drop a unit to get down to better site coverage numbers, to perhaps more open space, to satisfy the inclusionary requirement. So there's a number of things that kind of come together if you take a step forward to some of the suggestions that have been made here tonight. So I think that's where I'm going to wind it up.
And one more other comment. I think that we wanted to touch on, and it had to do with the adjoining property owner discussing issues with drainage and water. So I'm hoping that if this does come back, or when it comes back to the commission, that we have a better understanding of the drainage and the water issue, because I know that you, under the code, you can't allow the water to go into the public right of way or be put into the storm drain. So these long, narrow lots are problematic when it comes to drainage, and so I'd like to understand how that relates to the site planning and the open space.
So I think with that, I hope that we've given some direction that is meaningful and potentially possible for you to adjust the plan moving forward. It would be exciting to see this happen, so I hope that you can address some of these issues and deal with them. And with that, I think I would like to have someone make a motion to continue the item, and we would do it to a date uncertain, because we're off calendars. So because there are some things that we can't decide specifically tonight. So would somebody be willing to make that motion?
Okay, I'll take a stab at it. I motion that we continue the item 7.4, the plan development tentative parcel map, to a date uncertain until we can gather some more information.
Second.
Was that sufficient to cover it, Veronica? Okay, can I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander. Excuse me.
McDonald.
Commissioner McDonald. Yes. Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Yes.
And Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion is unanimously approved.
Okay. Okay, we will, is Commissioner Wellender in the lobby, or did he leave?
He's out there. He's eating cookies. He has a whole
Okay.
box of cookies in his oven.
So I think Ronnie's going to come
I
back.
don't know how many are left.
I'm intrigued that Sheila has a 250 dually. Do you have horses?
He doesn't want to know the score, by the way.
No.
There's a force on the street.
Finish all those cookies?
Yeah.
Did you eat them all?
Maybe.
Marilyn.
Good night, Marilyn.
Come on, you old bat. Thank you.
With that, we have no items for discussion, so we have issues update from our director.
I will be very brief. So tonight we've passed out the another piece of your secret library for you to peruse at your own leisure, and we still anticipate in the fall having that discussion, I believe also perhaps with the city council. Yesterday I sent out an email to you all regarding conflict of interest, and I do have some maps printed out that show the 500 and the 1,000 foot, and I do believe council will be providing, legal counsel will be providing us with an update shortly to address not only the city council on this topic and also the planning commission and even the DRHPC as well. So we want to try to provide some clarity on that. The last thing I wanted to do on a
Wait,
good
David, I
news-
have a question on that.
Yes, ma'am.
So CEQA, the determination is that 500 feet or less is definitely recuse. 1,000 feet or more,
Is also-
not a problem. Between 500 and 1,000, the definition is, would it have a significant impact on your personal property?
So that's always the determination, sorry. The determination is always would it have a significant effect on your property, and as those are determined. The 500-foot and the 1,000-foot rules, so I'll call those the bookends, are presumptions. So under unusual circumstances, you could be outside 1,000 feet and still have a conflict. Under very restrictive circumstances, you could be within 500 and not have. At the 500 mark, you must have a written formal opinion from the FPPC in order to participate.
At 500 or less?
At 500 or less. Between 500 and 1,000, I'll call it advisable, because there are factors within the statute that have to be applied to make a determination as to whether or not you would have a conflict relative to real property interests. And I brought those factors with me.
Yeah, I think there's like 5 of them, aren't there?
They are. There are. Okay, well, I won't dig for mine because the planning director has one. But they address the factors that you would be applied are essentially, to a certain extent, tied back to CEQA. And in that regard, I will say they are altered traffic levels, intensity of use, parking, view, privacy, noise, and air quality impacts are all to be considered on your property if you're within that 500 to 1,000 foot level. So applying those factors, sometimes we need a lot of information about the project in order to be able to help you apply those factors as well as get an opinion from the FPPC. They're getting faster at it, I will say, in applying those factors. And they are looking for ways, having spoken with them quite a bit lately, to try to make it easier for you to do that. Having said that, however, it's still kind of a long process and needs some lead time.
A lot of those factors seem to apply more if you had some kind of a commercial business as opposed to just a property owner having a house in the neighborhood.
Sometimes.
But one of the things that concerned me was talking about affecting market rate. And it seems to me that's kind of a tough one to nail down, especially if you're trying to get a ruling in a reasonable period of time from the Fair Practices Commission. I would look for anything staff can do to provide more clarity and how to interpret some of those 5 points.
Absolutely, and certainly to the extent that the commission and or council needs help with seeking opinions, we can help you to do that. Just need to call us and talk to us about how to characterize those. There's an online submission form that you can do to the FPPC, and they will apply the factors or assist you with the application of all of those factors in making a determination in that between 500 and 1,000 foot level.
Because that could, I mean, we're only 2 square miles, so that really puts us in jeopardy for the number
There are
of people.
areas here where half the commission will be gone, like, you know, in parts of the city.
So that's true. There are other exceptions that apply, and maybe it's time for us to do some presentations relative to this particular issue. But there's an exception called the public generally exception that applies if too much of the city is affected, the same as you're affected. That can be an exception.
Yeah.
So we will be getting back, as the planning director indicated, the commission will be receiving a memo from our office, from the city attorney, who will address some of these issues with you, and then we are available to assist you at any time that these issues come up, as we've talked about here tonight a little bit, and getting an opinion from the FPPC,
Well,
either
we've
formal
already
or
received
informal.
a brief memo. Are we looking for something more?
You will be getting something a little broader than that, yes.
And is it possible in that broader memorandum to discuss what the ramifications are if a member of the commission decides to ignore the provision of a conflict of interest based on proximity?
Certainly we can do that. In terms of, we can't give you a dollar figure, but obviously it subjects you to fines, and there are some other implications relative to the decision.
I'd like to know, you know.
We will do that.
But to your point, 500 to 1,000 wouldn't be ignoring. You would evaluate it, and you would come to the determination that you don't have a conflict.
But exactly, and yet if it
Well,
gets...
right, so...
So then it's a matter of, I want to hear about then what are the ramifications of someone participating, and then an objection is raised.
Right.
Who can raise the objection? What's the effect on the decision of the body as a whole, and so on and so forth. I mean, there's clearly a whole set of ramifications for a disagreement on the application of this rule.
And what is the motivation behind the
Microphone.
PC to threaten a fine? Has there been so much abuse historically that they, in their bureaucratic mindset, are willing to impose that kind of, what would you say, penalty on those of us that have volunteered to serve the public?
I can't speak to the rationalization behind their fine structure, only to say that I think it's designed to be a deterrent. I mean, and you know, rules are unfortunately of this nature sometimes are addressed to the most egregious of circumstances, and everybody else gets caught in the windfall of that, if you will. It's sort of like the old adage of bad facts make bad law. Well, bad actors make bad law too, and we can talk about how many rules came out of the situation several years ago in the city of Bell. We ended up with a whole host of regulations surrounding that particular circumstance. So there's not a lot of rationalization when you have to write rules and regulations to address the, I hate to phrase it this way, but the lowest common denominator.
I just worry there's gonna be a situation here where, you know, perhaps circulation patterns, or there'll be physical barriers. Like, you could be within 1,000 feet of something, but just because of the way there could be a creek, there's just no way you're even affected by a project. But then members of the public or members of the development community or either side will try to wage this subjectivity as an opportunity to cherry pick who they want up here and who they don't want up here, and it creates a mess, in my view.
Well, if you, and probably this is the last thing, otherwise we need to have a broader discussion here, but if in fact you receive an opinion of the FPPC and that you have no conflict, you're within that 500 to 1,000 feet and you have no conflict, that opinion will control and will insulate.
But that takes a month to get, and we find out what the projects are 5 days before the meeting.
So that's the thing that staff needs to work on is helping you to identify at an earlier time. And we're talking, that conversation is happening internally.
But why is that the burden on the commissioner? Because we're not legal experts. Why is that not something that is a perk to the volunteers that are serving? I don't understand why the burden is on me to make that determination.
Well, again, I think we'll be bringing this back for a deeper and broader discussion. The final answer is the regulation speaks to the individual, unfortunately, and the penalty runs to the individual. So ultimately, it doesn't do any good for, how do I put this? Ultimately, because the public official pays the price, the public official is the one who is ultimately governed by the statute. That doesn't mean we can't develop a process internally to assist each public official with identifying sooner and in time to get an opinion, and that's something that staff is working on internally.
So when the agenda item comes up, will you tell each of us when we need to recuse?
There will be a process identified, and each of you will know what that process is. That's what's
What
entailed.
about right now? I want to be careful.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, if there's an item that comes up on our next agenda, and I'm not sure that I need to recuse myself, I'm in that 500 to 1,000 foot, is somebody gonna call me and say, Sheila, let's submit something to the FPPC, or how is that gonna be handled?
So I think that's better addressed to the planning director than it is myself. I don't know how you're addressing. Are you turning them over? How are you? I don't know the answer to your question. I'm sorry.
We have a special meeting next Wednesday where Sheila would be affected.
Okay.
Right, Sheila and I are going to be talking tomorrow, and we'll be able to address that at that time. I've been in consultation with the city attorney.
Okay, well, I think we have to,
We
have to cut this one off because we've discussed it more than we should have.
Mr. Chairman,
But
my last
we're
item.
still into comments from the commission on something else.
Oh, I have
And
From the director still, that was the second of my three.
Oh.
The last thing is, if I can just very briefly remind you of the housing town hall on a week Thursday after your next planning commission meeting on the 20th. It is the final of three. Would like to know your level of interest to assist us as facilitators, if you're able to attend the meeting. I know some of you have been there. And the reason we need facilitators is because we're going to be having tables where we get to play with Legos. And we need some of you to help us with time management with some of the tables that we have set up, to be able to do some recording of the comments that we receive at those tables. And again, basically to help instruct on the rules of the game, if you will, with particular emphasis on not necessarily guiding the discussion or providing your opinions, but helping logistically through the night, because ultimately you'll be part of the discussion at some point in the future. But if there's an interest, if you'd let me know, we need to know that primarily because we need to advertise it as a joint City Council Planning Commission meeting if there's at least 4 of you. So if you could let me know after the meeting or even now, that'll be helpful.
That's Thursday night?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and our special meeting is Wednesday.
We have a special at the town hall the following night. We have one. Thank you.
I do have a comment from a commissioner. We received at least 3, if not 4, notices for this meeting tonight as updates. And it would be very helpful if we didn't have to search through everything that's in the agenda and packet to figure out what was updated at the time that new thing is issued. We had one issued at 3:45 this afternoon, which I think only was late correspondence. But it gets to be difficult to try to figure out what changed. It's,
Every time a change is made on the agenda packet, that email automatically goes out. But to your point, we don't know what the change was.
right.
Right.
Well, we had one where I called attention to a time that was incorrect, and that was listed as an amended thing, and the time was changed. But then there were 2 or 3 others that came out after that for whatever reason, and it wasn't obvious what was changed.
If I understood Commissioner Barnett's comment correctly, so if staff posts to the website an added item, like let's say a letter comes in, or
And they
if
add it as like a link to
or
the agenda.
or a resolution gets drafted
Right.
later and it gets uploaded, it sends you an email, but it doesn't tell you what it was because
Correct.
it's automatically generated.
Correct.
Got it. I have no idea.
Okay, other comments from the commission?
I have one comment, and I think it ties our earlier discussions together very well in terms of conflict of interest radius and our special meeting. On next Wednesday, we have a scoping hearing session, which is not a public hearing. And as I live within 500 feet, so I will not be able to participate. And I received a notice in the mail that says it's from 6:30 to 9:30. And then I received an email about it that said it was at 6. And so obviously our meetings are at 6, and so perhaps the 6:30 was a mistake, but to my earlier point, I received it in the mail, and so I assume everyone in the neighborhood got the 6:30. And so,
And I called the attention of staff that there was a discrepancy on times, and in fact, the time was published to us as 6:30, and then it appeared in the IT as 6 o'clock. So I said, you got to fix this thing, and
well, the neighborhood it got 6:30.
yeah, I know.
I would like
And
to.
by the way, not to interrupt, I confirmed with like 5 neighbors that it said 6:30. So I'm just saying.
Well, I think we ought to start the meeting at 6. I mean, we can be here at 6 o'clock to let people know we're not going to take up the item till 6:30. I wouldn't want to get into the matter and then have people show up when we're already doing
It's
it.
the only item.
I understand, so I think we're going to have to wait till 6:30 to get started.
It was my understanding that it was going to be published in the IT this week again as 6 o'clock.
Well,
It's going to be in the IT. It was in the IT at 6 on Tuesday,
Yes.
tomorrow, and then we added an additional circulation on next Tuesday on the 18th.
But those are all saying 6 o'clock, but meanwhile now, do we go out with another notice to the neighbors that corrects it to 6 o'clock?
well, why would you do another mailing? Why wouldn't you just wait half an hour? I mean, it just seems like a waste of money.
What was the distribution on that letter? How far did it go?
Well, Sam got it, AJ got it. Like
But-
I assume 500 feet.
The
What was
standard's
it?
500 feet,
500
and then
feet.
there's an additional mailer list as well.
There was a
I think to err on the side of caution would be to simply begin our proceedings at 6:30 and apologize to people who show up at 6 and say, you know, you can talk to the person sitting next to you or go out and get a cup of coffee and come back. I mean, I don't see any downside to telling people to wait a half an hour. Better than having them walk in and go, well, I thought this meeting started at 6:30.
Well, I would have to concur since I wasn't aware that neighborhood mailing said 6:30, but since those are the people that are most directly affected, I think that we have to go that way.
Sheila, where are you on this project? More than 5, but less than 1,000?
Exactly. I did get the letter.
All together, yeah.
So clearly I'm beyond the 500 feet, but I think I'm within the 1,000.
You are.
So to that point, I'm not beating a dead horse, that if I'm within the 500 feet, why didn't I get a letter? regarding this last one. In other words, if notices go out within a certain geographic area of an agenda item, why did I not, as a resident or my wife, not get a letter that said, then why was there such a snit about it? Okay, I'll pass. I'm not a happy camper with the way this went down. And I think I have verbalized that. And while I'm on a run, if I would, I have another comment. I don't know how in the world we can make competent review of documents that have been either shrunk on an iPad or reproduced on an 8.5 by 11. And we're supposed to sit and make judgments on the information that's on drawings that normally take on a 24 by 36 inch format or 30 by 42. I get the sense that we're so caught up with this technological wonder of doing things now with that we're missing it. And so again, you can call me complaining, but I now have spent about $60 going down to Blueprint because there's no way in God's green earth I can render a professional evaluation of a drawing that normally should be this at 8.5, 11. I would challenge anybody that has an iPad that's able to expand it out. Well, now, wait, where was that pomegranate tree now? And oh yeah, we got grapes over here. There's no way you can do it. And with the technical information about the drainage and everything we got going on, why did we change? Why do we not put the burden on the applicant, say, part of your submittals, we want 8, 9, 10, 12 complete sets of full-size drawings with a PDF and anything else you want. But I don't understand why you have not, you've made these changes, and it certainly hasn't helped this Neanderthal. So, I've had my boxers on water all night. So
If the commission would wish, just because the Warriors lost, we can call this the Warrior comment tonight. We'd be happy to ask an applicant to provide copies. Would that be the consensus of the commission? Because it's not that tough to ask. It's what you're used to and what you prefer.
I'm saying yes.
The plans. The plans.
And we get those delivered to you because we do get those as part of the package that we review. So if it's a matter of just providing them the packet, we can do that at the time of distribution of the packet. You'll just get a set of plans because you'll get the packet on the internet. Unless you want hard copies of the packet along with the plans.
Just the plans.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm fine reading the staff report.
Right.
Okay.
On the iPad.
I think leave it up to the individual commissioner if they want hard copy of the packet itself, but for the majority of us, I believe the plans would be sufficient.
We'll start plans. That's not a problem.
If there are no other comments from the commission, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Adjourned.